Okay, we have a few that have a request to be excused today. We have Charles, he's at a funeral, and Bill has a medical. Is there anybody else? Wayne? Martha? Okay.
I need to leave about 1:30. But Dennis is here.
Dara, 1:30. Stan? 4 o'clock. Ben? Okay, we need a motion to approve the excuses. Ray, second by Wayne, question by Ben. All in favor, approving the excuses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed,
0.
not voting,
0.
motion carried. Okay, we have, the ones that are gonna be late is Fremont, Lisa, Micah, Dwight, Kathleen. We have the agenda approval, we have, ARPA for today. They added on, last week you wanted me to add on SGU and Rain Unit 55, and tomorrow we have enrollment. So, is there anything else that we need to be on the agenda? Go ahead, Jordan.
Good morning. Just those 2 resolutions are ones for the Rosetta Stone that I need to amend, and then the mining in the Black Hills. Mining in the Black Hills would be emergency, and then the other one has a number.
Okay, if that's, is that it? The agenda? We need a motion to approve the agenda. Chris, second by Ray. Question by Stan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we have ARPA up. A few weeks ago, we asked to have ARPA on the agenda to give a report. And tomorrow we'll have enrollment. We originally wanted 2 days for ARPA, but I didn't think it was gonna take us that long, so I knocked it down to 1 day, and then we put enrollment the other day, so we'll have enrollment tomorrow. Jim, are you ready? Never?
I had flashbacks to being at St. Francis.
It's the same thing.
There is. Yeah, those were, the existing money we have left in interior, exterior money, which isn't very much. Plus roofing, we have a large sum of money in roofing yet. And then there's like 2 million something that's for the administration. To run the program till 2026. I know, there's a lot of decisions that were made, and I will stand behind all the decisions that I made. I'm a person of prayer. I believe in that way. And some of these things that I had to do or decide was hard, really hard. I felt a lot of pressure on myself, and my anxiety and stress level is pretty high sometimes. I know there's questions on some of the projects that happen out there. There's one in particular, and I made the decision to go ahead and do what we did. That was twofold. We went by the recommendation of an A&E firm, And I wanted to show what it would cost if you totally renovated a unit, because there's so many people after me to do that. It's constant. And there's people that even do things to their own house just to get help. Those are things that I have to deal with. It's hard being here. If we would have stayed with the original plan of going down the list, it wouldn't have been as hard as it is now. But this body deviated from that. And right now, the original list, there was 298 original applicants. Of those 298 applicants, there's 99 that were not serviced yet. And it is my opinion that, you know, I'm going to ask for more money, but it's my opinion that we need to go back and service those people. There's a big chunk of them that are elders. We got deviated when that weather came, when COVID came. All of a sudden, it got turned into emergencies. And every other house on the reservation is an emergency. If you drive around and look, it's amazing how our people are living in poverty. There's a bunch of our people living in poverty. There's some homes out there right now that if they don't get some service, they're going to probably be depleted in 10 years. They're going to fall apart. That's something that should be looked at and worked on for money from here. You know, when I first decided to do this job, I knew it was going to be a lot of politics. I really can't stand politics. I knew it was going to be like that. And it was. And it is, I guess. Everybody has an agenda, and I always had a dream that we talk about being Lakota, but yet those virtues up there, I don't think people pay attention to them sometimes. There's so much negativity that goes on. Everything's twisted into being negative. You help somebody. Why did they get more help than me? Negative. Why can't we say we're Lakota, we should be happy for each other. We should do those things, but it seems like gossip and that Facebook rules what our thought process is sometimes. And I don't even get on there. I'm on there because of my children who live far away. We communicate through there. But it's been hard. I've been hollered at in the store. I've been called down. People pass me and finger me. Those are some of the things that I have to put up with. And it's been a hard last 2.5 years for me. I lost 2 sons and a mother-in-law. I'm sorry, I'm emotional, but it's only been 8 months since my second son left. So I deal with all that, plus coming here trying to keep people happy. And I think I told you guys from the get-go, there's not enough money to serve everybody. There never was. And there isn't enough money to serve everybody. If we was planning on doing this right, we shouldn't have gave away all that money. We should have used it to fix houses. Now that, you know, it's become a big issue, and I think a lot of that goes back to to lack of vision, of understanding what's out there. I drive around these communities and I'm sad. The south side of Antelope's really sad. There's so many roofs back there that need to be fixed. There's houses that need to be fixed. Every community's like that. Rosebud. It's bad. Spring Creek. There's a family, my heart took over my brain and I helped them. They were using an outhouse with no water during that cold weather. And I put what I could. That house is falling apart. I put what I could so they could at least have a bathroom and water. And those are some of the things that you get sidetracked on here, is those issues like that. And I know a lot of them, everybody has someone that they think should get help. And everybody's going to complain about who got help, who didn't get help. That's become our nature as a people. We're never happy. We're so negative. I came here today to just give you a report and to let you know that if I'm start abusing me in any kind of way, that I'm going to get up and walk out. I put up with a lot the last 2.5 years. And not everybody's going to be happy. Everybody thinks they know how it should be, but you don't know until you've been there, until you've done that. I've renovated houses for a long time. I was at SWA renovating houses. I had a system set up where we were getting a lot done, but because of politics, I was sent down the road. But I'm here, and I had a dream about 5 years ago about fixing houses and building houses for the people. And I thought that this might be it, but I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get houses built, not in the volume that we really need to satisfy the needs of our people. You know, it's hard. And I'm just kind of letting you know that's who I am. That's where I'm coming from. I danced for the people for over 25 years. So that's where my heart is, my mind. And it's hard. My ate told me one time, he said, it's hard to walk that red road. It is. And I know there's people who make fun of you. And one of the things he told me, and like Roy told me the same thing, is people are going to have Wona Weezy for you. And to me, that's what I feel is happening sometimes. But that's kind of where I'm at. It's frustrating when you have a plan and it gets railroaded right out of the gate. And you try to be fair. My whole goal was to have all native contractors working. Some of them weeded themselves out. We've had bumps in the road. Not everything's perfect. There were mistakes made. That's normal. And it should be expected. There's nothing perfect. Nothing. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. Them papers I get, did I get a copy back? So I can explain it. There's one of them is the Tecro fees that were paid. One was for last year, I think it's 7,000 something, and the other one is for so far this year, I think. And then there's the roof budget, you can see there's 1,100,000 and some thousand left. And the admin is like a little over 2 million. And the interior, exterior, which takes care of the siding, windows, and the bathrooms, we have so much water damage, it's crazy. And usually what happens on that is you start tearing a bathroom apart and it ends up being way more than what you anticipated. You end up having to replace floor joists, you end up having to do way more than what you thought from the outside. And there's like 79,000, that's all that's left in that. Right now, most of the crews are working on the SWA units. We're trying to get those done as quick as we can. Is that, the housing shortage. And, there's, the other issue is 10 people for a trailer house. I had 10 people picked, but you drive around and pretty soon it's 40 people that need shelter. I know somebody had a video from this burned unit in Ring Thunder, or not Ring Thunder, but, Ironwood, yeah. And that's been burned for a while. And that ain't the only one. There are some other ones out there in the same shape that there's burned, and that's an issue. Burned houses is an issue. I know there's a gentleman in Soldier Creek. I haven't been able to get there, but he's got I think it might be a hip house or Robert Feather, or I can't remember his name right offhand, but his house is boarded up down there and it's burned. And I think Black Lances have a house that's burned, and there's some other ones. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Go ahead, Wayne, and then Ben.
Jim,
yeah,
have we got reimbursement? I was looking through these budgets. Have we gotten reimbursement for the money spent during the winter storm renovations that were emergency and not on the original applicant list of ARPA?
I kind of look at it as just,
They got thrown in the pile and basically.
That first one was over a week long. I think it was below zero, and then the second one wasn't as bad, but that water damage, I mean, it's crazy.
Mr. Chair, do you have any info on that? Or Wayne? Weren't there gonna be some reimbursements from the feds for the winter storm of 22?
Yeah, we got that, almost 900,000.
And then it got thrown into the pot and we spent that.
You guys budgeted for other things, so.
Yeah, there was a $5 million budget you guys set up for the storm. All that, we spent, we got 900 and some thousand dollars reimbursed for that, we got money still in that account. So we have about 1.3 million in that account.
We're still working on houses that were damaged
During that
on
storm.
that they're bad. I mean, it's.
When the water pipes and everything else went wild.
And some of them you don't have room underneath the house to get into, so there's a lot of issues that come up.
How much of a budget do we need, Jim, to finish the 99 outstanding unserviced yet houses?
I figured that 2 million,
And that would cover it, so.
that, it won't take care of everything, but it'll carry us through the end of the, give me all that, no. Get these new house guys. I know that, and that's what's so frustrating is that, you guys put a limit on it, but if it goes over because it snowballs. I don't know if you understand the snowball effect when you're doing renovations.
Well, I do, like you
It
said.
just
you
builds
put a
up,
roof off,
and
all of a
pretty
sudden
soon
it's-
you got things that are falling apart. And some of these houses, the reality is they probably should be, they're 50, 60 years old, they probably should be torn down.
Condemned,
Yeah, condemned, but a family lives there, there's people that live there, and so you have to do what you can to make it livable for them, so that.
Well, the realistic part of it is you only have so much money.
Yep.
We only have so much money.
Yep.
But if you applied for a roof, we'll get you a roof, but we're not gonna be doing mass building, renovation and everything. And that's what's gonna have to happen.
There's some that are pretty smart, I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
sorry, but I mean,
I
that's
know.
what you're gonna use.
I have a hard time being that tough, though, I do.
But that's what I mean, if you have
I know.
accurate, budget for the 99 outstanding, let's.
If you
get a-
figure that, you figure that 20,000, it almost comes to 2 million.
Okay.
And that's at 20,000 a house. And some of them don't take as much, some do, but you get the ones that didn't take as much, and then they're complaining, because this one got more. I mean,
Thank you.
it's crazy.
Just wanted to explain to you on that disaster that you're talking about. Whenever the storm came, the disaster could only have paid for the immediate need. So a lot of these houses, the water flows up, we send people downstairs, we shut the water off and just made it so the house didn't get any more flooding. But to pay for the actual repair of that stuff, FEMA would not pay for it. So that's where these guys came in and made the house livable again. All FEMA did is just make sure that no more damage to this stuff.
Council, there's probably about 40% of our houses and our buildings that were froze up after that storm, last year when it got so cold. We were into the summer still repairing, pipes, and, during that storm, we was fixing furnaces, everything became an issue, so, it was clear into the summer that we had these emergencies that we're still trying to take care of it during the summertime, but, I think we got most of them. There are still people out there without water, broken pipes, from the last storm that we had when it was really cold in December. So we're still running into the same problems, and all those become emergencies, and all of them call on ARPA construction to be able to fix those, because we don't have enough resources like for up at Water Resources or any place else to be able to take care of that. I think they only have one plumber. I think SWA had maybe 1 or 2 plumbers, but then again, they take care of SWA units. So we were running into a jam, and the only place we could call was the ARPA construction office. So that's why a lot of those got referred to them because they had the plumbers, they had the money. So, and they're emergencies. We have Ben, Lila, and then Cher.
Good morning, Council, you guys for being here, thank you for coming. I do sympathize with the one thing that she went through and stuff, but again, you get volunteers for this stuff, so when you come up on here, this is what we got to deal with here. So as much as you get as much complaints, we get that just as much. Same with the administration, so we want to make sure that, it's clear that a lot of things that go on out there, it doesn't get put out there on social media. But again, if we do have someone who's going to be at least taking care of it in some way, that we can turn to say we got this, these guys are gonna be taking care of it. That's what I like to see. So that way, it doesn't just get brought up to say they're not doing anything. Then of course the state gets involved and the federal deal gets involved and stuff. So, but anyway, those are things that again I look at as far as a program and understanding, making sure that they're having at least some accountability of what they're doing and stuff up there. So those are the things I look at. And again, too, we have a lot of things that are coming up, I guess, as far as like communities. So I myself, just thinking about it, I didn't see the report from last time. I wasn't here last time, but I am looking for some kind of a community, like, list that you guys were doing before, and then even now, and then what's going to happen. You guys just came in here, maybe 5 years ago? SWA has been here for years, and they do have their list of what they're going to be doing. So I kind of thought that might be an idea. What you guys should be looking at too is that, what you guys were doing in the past, what you guys are doing now, and what's going to happen here. So I would like to have seen that report, so that way we know who to go to in order to find out where it's going to happen. So like in Corn Creek, or even Mills Camp, there's a lot of those piles out there that do need some, looking at too. But the other thing too is that SWA also has that funding for that too. So I'm just kind of curious why they're coming to you to do that stuff. I mean, I know we have all this abundance of money, but it's not going to be here forever. So those are my concerns, is that if there's a list out there what does that list consist of? Is it elders? Because again, these houses are almost like cars, as I would say. They're not gonna be running forever, you know, they're gonna end up falling apart. So it depends on how well we take care of those things. But I think if this is gonna be a project, if this was gonna come up with that ARPA money, we should have at least had a list of communities, you know, and then prioritize those list type deals. And I'm sure it probably happened, I don't know, but if we diverted from it, if this body diverted from it, then I guess that's one of the things I guess we need to look at stuff though. So to me, I wanna make sure that we stick with that no matter what, because again, it's out there in the public. I mean, again, weather's coming up, it's gonna be a lot more harsher now with the tornadoes coming up, so I think we need to look forward to that too. So, but anyway, those are just my concerns, and you know, you're doing a great job, you know, as far as what I see, but again, too, make sure we at least stick with what we do in here. So again, volunteer-wise, that's kind of what we're gonna be doing here. So anyway, thank you very much, Thank you.
This is, that list, I'm not gonna give
it out because nothing stays here. And if I give this list out, these people are gonna be bombarding me with calls.
Well, to me, that's one of the things I would say is that if you could at least give them that, you know, if they call you, you can say, yeah, they're on the list. You know,
Yeah,
or something to that
but
effect.
right there, that Y by all those names is an elder. And this is the list.
Okay.
This is the list. So you can see there's a big share of those are elders. And they're the ones that sit back and don't say nothing, you know?
That's what I'm saying, yeah, there's a lot of issues there.
There's a lot of them that do that.
Yeah, that's just what I'm saying, as long as we can divert to where you can do it, you guys are working.
Yeah.
Again, it does take time, it's not gonna happen.
I understand because I know you guys catch a lot too. I understand. I was on that side of the
Yep.
cable, so.
As long as we're at least helping what we can do, and what we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council, relatives. Those that are all here, thanks for Jim and his staff coming. Today's kind of it's a good day. It's time that we talked about these things and get on the right track and continue to help our people. Na tona tiata anarukta na kapki lana tipi ki lana ang gagapi ki lana echa I won't glakap cha anaruk tampe. First of all, I want to take us back when COVID hit, and I want to advocate and stand here and be a voice for the relatives that passed away from COVID. My mother passed from COVID, and I believe that there was, I'm not sure the exact number of families that we lost, how much relatives we lost from COVID, but very difficult time for everybody throughout the country and our tribe, and you know, really, really tough time. And today I want to remember those relatives who passed on from COVID. And you know, money is always going to be an issue for us. It's always going to be hard. And I believe that when we look at doing things right and we want to be Lakota way, we got to do those things, and we have to go back and we have to kind of look at where we were at that time. So it gives people the chance to reflect. And I'm probably going to go over my 3 minutes, and I am sorry for that, but this is what, you know, I wanted to remind council about. But I want to ask Jim, do you know how many families or any families you service that lost somebody from COVID? Do you have a number of any of that? Or which?
I don't, that's something we never kept track of, but
Okay.
just, there's probably 6, 7 elders that we fixed their house and then they passed away.
Yeah, okay. Because I think I want to stress to you guys to put that somewhere in here, that you have served these people who passed, the families or their home who passed away from COVID. They should have been the first ones. It's because of them losing their lives we got this money. And in the Lakota way, we have to do things appropriately. So it brings up things for me as well, because my mother was a victim of COVID. I watched her die. So I want to reflect on here that Rosebud Sioux Tribe has taken care of the families, the victims of COVID. And I'm gonna tell everybody, nobody came to see me. Nobody ever asked me if I needed anything. Nobody ever asked me about anything. And it wasn't on my mind at the time. But today, you know, I sat back and I watched. And the real victims cannot stand here and talk to any of us. But I want to remind us that they lost their lives. And everyone forgot about them. Nobody talks about it. But we need to fix it, and we need to take care of it today. So I want to find out from health admin how many families we lost, victims were from COVID. And I'm going to ask that this office take care of them. And then we can move on. Because maybe there's some who never got the chance to do an application. We didn't know all this money was going to come.
Yep.
We didn't know how much we were going to get. I don't know. So I want to take us back to that, and however many, somebody can go out and see these people, these families, and say, hey, okay, we got this much. What do you need? Just take care of them. Do what we can, and let's make it right. And I know decisions are hard to make, but I also want to clarify that the whole body of council was not involved in spending and deterring from the original plans that ARPA had. It was deterred by a committee of 5 people, I was told. So that also, it's not the whole council that made those deterring decisions. And there's a lot of need out here, a whole lot of need. And I think that, you know, we can't change what happened. We can't go backwards and fix or whatever, you know, we can't do any of that. But we have to move on, and we have to start, you know, going on the right track and fixing these homes. There's still a lot of need out there. There's homelessness, and, you know, council gets the brunt of everything when something isn't done. So it's really good to talk about this, and it's really good to have the information that we do. And now we can move on and look at things. But before we do any of that, things are going to have to be, it's going to be hard. It is. And that's what we sit here for. But we can fix it. And that way our people can go. So I know we asked for certain reports. And Jim, there was like Tecro contractor fees involved.
That's in that paper.
Yeah. And then we also have like communities, like which communities were serviced, and like all of us know in our communities
Okay.
what needs to
I
be
apologize for that. I remember that, but I guess I don't look at everybody I looked at us as a whole.
Yeah. And so I think with that, we can kind of, like for ourselves, it'll help us as individuals. So, you know, I also believe that, you know, there were some homes that weren't repairable, that were beyond being like a trailer home. Some of those weren't able to be repaired. So do we have a set amount that was put aside for individuals? Or did you assess the house first and then go
We
with the
usually do an assessment. It's done by our inspectors, and
Okay.
then there's a scope of work drawn up, and then we find a contractor who goes in and does the work.
Okay,
And then when his work's done, the inspector goes and makes sure that everything was done right.
okay.
And like I said, there's been some bumps in the road, but that's just part of what we're doing. I mean,
So, that's good to know because there is a process.
Yep.
So, I think our people need to know the process of that. So, I'll probably have more questions later, but I wanted to clarify and take us back because, the purpose of all of this and how we're gonna address things and make it right and do better for our people. We learn, sometimes the hard way, but, we can always learn from our mistakes. And, Mr. Treasurer, the 900,000 that's sitting there, have we, did a budget or anything with that as well?
No, it's just in there, and you guys designated it for emergency
Okay.
disaster. And, at one time contemplated funding an emergency office out of that, but
Okay, all right.
we haven't done any of that yet. But
Okay, well, that'll be nice too. Thank you.
I think we have Sheriff next. You have your hand up?
I probably was after Lila if there's someone before me. But thank you. Thank you, Jim, for being here today. I know it's always tough to come because there's so many, I know. I don't want you to feel like you're under attack or anything. I appreciate you and the work that you've done. I know that you've been put in a bind several times with emergencies, and you've said to me on several occasions that you feel like this job has turned into more of a maintenance than its initial intent. So, with that being said, I kind of have a few suggestions for, not just for you, but for the council. I think that we should really get a list of how much funding was used for all the repairs, the emergency repairs. And if there's more funding needed to be put back into that, then it should match that number from what was taken from emergency repairs, if we can find that. The other thing is, I think that we should probably have a selection committee when it comes to the applicants. If the application alone, and it's hard to tell people no because they're in a bind, then maybe we should have a selection committee, and then that way it's not all on one person. Or even if it's not just on you, Jim, if there's other people at the office that are helping you, that it's not just that office that's getting it, and then there will be more of a fair shot because everyone can hold each other accountable. So I think that selection committee is something we need to do. I don't know who we would appoint, if we'd appoint people from the council, people from the community. That's just something I would like us to discuss. And also, I think the reimbursement shouldn't just be from the repairs, but also from SWA. If we repaired any of SWA units, I feel like those.
They have their own budget,
Okay.
our ARPA budget, and that's what we're expanding now is to do 40 units, I think,
Okay.
what we're working on now,
Okay.
to oversee that.
And then what's your process for receiving applicants? Is that done now?
You know,
or still?
No, well, it was a long time ago, but they still come in. We've serviced a lot of people we don't even have an application for. That something that at some point here before this is all done, we need to go and have them at least fill an application out so we got it on file, documented. And that was like during the COVID thing and the cold weather and the emergencies. That's where most of that happened. And that's kind of where that's at.
Okay. Could you task somebody to do that right away?
Sure.
So that way we could figure out, get some numbers behind that, find some dollars for the cost of those repairs. And then I just want to make the suggestion that whoever's on the list, that they get tended to. The original list, those people who abided by the rules of the application.
And that's why I've been trying to do that. But it's here, and probably over half of them, probably 80% of them are elders. but they're not, they're ones that ain't gonna complain and
Okay. Do you think you
They're-
could give
they're
us
patient.
copies of your list too?
I
So
could-
if any of our community members call us and
I can-
say, are they
I
on
can-
the list?
might as well.
Okay. If you email it to us and like share it on a Google Doc
Yeah.
or something, that'll be easier and we won't have paperwork floating
Okay.
around.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you, Jim.
Jordan and Stanley.
Thank you. So I have a couple things. My first question, Jim, is, what happened in the cases of certain tribal members who haven't received help, but the office says that they received help? I know that's happened a couple times, like, somebody
guess-
said they got help, and then I
I'd
followed
have
up.
to get a name and look
Okay,
and
because I know
see,
it's not only. in
but
my
if you give me a
community.
name, I can look, because there's, like I said, there's mistakes that happen.
Okay. And then another suggestion, the list maybe, I know we talked about it amongst us, but having it broke down by community to see how much we've helped in each one. And then my last thing was, we got a listing of the employees and how much they're making, and they still make straight time. There was a motion made in February of 2023 in council to stop that. So I was just kind of wondering why that hasn't stopped yet.
I didn't realize it was still happening straight time.
Yeah, it is. I asked about it in finance, and then they gave us the
Some
report.
of, some of this,
Is that just for certain employees, Jim, or is there some of that?
I'm not really sure. I think sometimes on weekends, when there's contractors working, we have to have our debris crew in, and somebody has to be at the office, but,
But like the
I-
office staff is on there as well for
Okay.
getting straight time, so I guess I don't know if I need to reaffirm the motion
Yeah, let's do that. I didn't realize it was happening, so.
I,
for a year. But, motion reaffirm.
it's Ray's fault.
Reaffirming, from the February 15th, 2023 meeting. Motion by Jordan Ron to prohibit ARPA office program receiving straight time / overtime, including scheduling effective immediately. Second by Sherry, question by Micah. 16, 1 not voting, 2 not voting.
So motion to reaffirm. Is that what your motion is? Need a second? Chair? Question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Okay, make sure HR gets it.
Sure. We'll do that. Stan, go ahead.
Morning, Stan.
I have a question on SW unit sitting in Front Creek and custom 1139. I've done a little research. It's, the exterior has been assessed by our chief. The interior hasn't been assessed yet, but
SWA unit?
it's been conveyed in the year 2006.
What's the
number on it? 1139.
But it's conveyed, right?
Yeah.
Who is it? Who is the owner?
Was my uncle and let's see, wouldn't I? That is like.
Oh, okay, that's the one where there's no real owner of the house? I mean, he left it to all his children?
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out maybe an answer how to
That-
get
We'll,
something out there.
we'll have to look into that and see what we can come up with a solution. Is that right along the road there?
Yeah, and it's vacant and
Okay,
been vandalized.
okay.
But you start cleaning up the inside, so they 17 bags of trash and put it in the living room, and just waiting for a roll-off to show up. So
Okay.
nothing's happened, and I didn't even know this area. I thought it was just a style house, but I guess that's what.
I'll look into that.
The question I have for you is, do you allow any type of volunteer work in these houses that you're working on? Like if you, well, one instance, I have a cousin that installed a water heater in it for him, and electrician's about 11 houses behind, so I thought maybe I could write that in, but I
No, that's,
just,
just so we know what's going on, because sometimes that's, an issue. Is that, what's his name?
it might be it's a contractor, has a contract. Horn in on his business.
I mean, what house is it?
It's Rich,
Oh, okay,
they've done the plumbing in there.
but,
It's,
okay,
it's in there, but,
that's that little house, right?
yeah.
Okay, and that's that one where he doesn't have no source of heat in it, because it froze up about 3 times now, we've had to go back and fix it.
For the story,
Did they get that put in there? Not yet? Okay, I'll have to check with Travis on that, because that was, that's that little log cabin, right? Or log style house by the church, behind the church? Okay,
and I think that one was done across the creek there. I'll be good away from the plumbing's done, but just wait.
okay. Sometimes that happens. I'll see. We had a guy working out there, but he got in trouble, so.
That's all I got.
Ray, do you have?
Question. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Greg.
So I'm getting calls about, to lobby their council rep for more money, which you understand you need more money to, complete the renovations. So last week, it kind of got me curious, and I inquired about your guys' budget from finance, and I was able to obtain it, which I forwarded it to all you guys to look at it as well. But there's a line item in there that has unbudgeted funds of over 2.2 million.
That's, the administration, that's the money to run the administration till 2026. That's what that is.
So-
And the only other ones, the roof is the 1 million, and then what I gave you, there's like 79,000 left in the interior, exterior, and that's the one that we need money for.
I guess what, the way I see it is, with that unobligated, I understand that you guys need to be there till 2026, but it'd be nice to move that money into repairs and then come and request maybe additional money to pay you guys. Because, I mean, there's a lot of outers on that list that you said, and I feel like that money is in a line item right now. If you move it to the repairs line item, that can get them serviced right away, as opposed to it just sitting there for you guys' paychecks.
Well, that's one way to look at it. I don't even take care of the finance part. It's Jim who does all that stuff, so I was kind of handicapped here today with him being
Maybe
gone.
Chairman, can you have Diana print us out a updated, Diana in finance, maybe print out an updated ARPA construction budget? It's all broken down by, all their line items, employees.
This is not, what do you?
No, that's the overall ARPA, yeah. But the actual construction that they operate is, what I forward to everybody, and it just has all their line items.
admin budget?
Yep, so like their tribal employees says 1.6 million, employee recognition 73,000, I mean, it has all that on there. Thank you.
Emily?
I got a question, Jim, there. Is ARPA just about construction? Do we have any other program within ARPA?
Renovation,
Construction, or, I mean, it's just construction, right?
that renovation,
There's nothing else?
No.
Associated, really?
No.
So everything is just all put into the construction part of it for ARPA?
yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm kind of curious about, because I was kind of curious where this money was going to, so if we got the money from the federal government, it's just going to be directed towards construction.
I know Jim's the one that has to speak along that, because he's the one that has to answer to the feds who monitor what we do, what we spend. Everything's monitored pretty tight.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because those are things that I want to make sure that if it's just construction that we're looking at, then that pretty much goes on to a bigger area, I guess,
Oh,
with
yeah.
ARPA funding. So,
Yep.
but if there's nothing else involved with ARPA and it's just construction, then, you know, I guess it comes to a different
Yeah.
area on that. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make that clear, because I had a question on that one. Thank you.
Emily?
Good morning, Jim. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to sit down if that's okay, because I have a couple questions that I want to read off on my screen here. So I guess the first one I wanted to start with is, do you guys have any plans for planning? I know you mentioned earlier that there's a need for that, but I guess I'm really interested in, and I would have hoped that this is already done, but if it isn't, do you have any plans for like a strategic plan or an overall plan? I know you mentioned, sticking to a vision, but we need to have a vision in order to stick to it. So my first question is, do we have a plan? If there is, can we see that? I know some of us need one.
The only plan is to renovate houses.
Okay, but there's no
I mean,
document.
there's no, that's basically what we're doing, we're renovating houses.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
that's what the money was obligated for, to renovate existing housing.
The reason I'm asking is because, this was like probably like a once-in-a-generation opportunity for some of this funding that's coming forward. And I would have really liked to see something to allow us to leverage it for future funding and future projects and things like assessments, feasibilities, things like that. So I guess I'm also curious, if there is no plan, do we have any data right now that we're either sitting on and not utilizing, or any plans to utilize data for, I guess, the plans that we
The
don't
only
have yet?
data we have is what's been done and what's been spent, how much it costs. But I
So we
can,
don't have any
I
assessments
see
of the
where you're,
homes,
I
or-
see where you're going there. And it would be asking a lot of my guys, but we can do an assessment on every house that we have.
Well, I would like to have already known like what's already been done, so even if you could hire.
No, I'm
somebody to
talking
help us
about
track-
not done.
Well,
I mean, all the houses that are out there,
I
because
understand that, but to me,
we,
that's like an additional project, so I'm
Yeah.
asking of what's already been
No,
done, we should already
no.
have some
Point of
data.
order.
Thank you.
No.
So
We-
another question, I guess, to move on from that is, in an effort to kind of get more transparency, I know you mentioned earlier that you were even, didn't want to be here, that there was, a lot of stress and a lot of things, and from my point, I'm really new here, so I have a lot of my experience as a tribal citizen, not as the tribal leader that I'm in now. And so because of transparency, can you discuss a little bit on the processes that you guys go through on, thank you, on how you choose these and how we're not? And I guess the reason why I'm asking that is because if we have about 100 sitting there, I would like to know who's making the decision on who sits there and who gets to move on, because I've also heard that we have people that don't even have an app that are getting help. So maybe if we as a body here need to suspend applications and just start a referral process, is that something that's gonna be easier? Do we need to make a motion to say
No.
stop and get these 100 done first and then see where we are? Is that something that would help?
I think to get these 100 done, because at the beginning of this, my whole plan was to have a list of applicants and to go out spending several months of doing an assessment on every applicant so we can have an idea what it's gonna cost us, but that didn't happen. And it's just because things move like this around here.
So one last thing real quick, my time's up, not to come back again, but can you talk a little bit on, I guess, why you made those calls, or why you decided, who got help and who didn't, I guess? Because I think that's where people are hung up on, is the process, and it's mainly for the people that are listening, is why I'm asking these questions. is so
We
that-
have a process of applications, and if I would, like I said, if I would have been left to do that, there wouldn't be all these issues if I could have went down the list of applications. And then it became elders, and then there's a lot of elders that came to me that don't have applications in because they didn't know. So we end up going there and helping that elder out and doing whatever they need for their house. And I told Scott this, I said, I'd really like to get back to the list
Yeah.
so that people know, look, they're following a list. But the way it's been, it's been, I don't know, it's just, there's a lot of houses that are bad.
I mean,
Like I said, the one I went to in Spring Creek and helped them out, they don't have an application in, and I just stumbled upon that.
I really get that, but just to get back to Wayne's real quickly, it's like there's so much need. We all know there's need. If we sit here all day and talk about the need, that's why we have these, protocols and these things in place. So I guess it's like, if you're doing assessments, why are they not saying this house should be condemned? We should not be spending $100,000 on one house, or do we have those thresholds on who's making the decisions on this is repairable, this needs to go somewhere else? Thank you, I'll stop.
Sure.
I forgot what I was gonna ask.
All right, Lala, and then Jordan, and then Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I have a question. I'm kind of getting confused here because we're resorting to elders. and we say there's a whole bunch of elders. I think this body needs a count from the elderly program with Pam. We need those numbers, how many elderlies we have from her program. And what's the other thing I was gonna ask? But we need that, we need those numbers. So we're actually gonna have to get back to that data, Jim, so we can help you move on. But what blows my mind is, how did people who are not elders get in on this? That's my question.
Most of it is emergencies.
But I
And
understand
that's where
that.
it came.
I understand that, but not all of them were. So the emergencies, like broken water pipes, those are understandable. But there are people who I know, and I saw the proof, that are not elderly. So who in that office, it's not all on you, Jim, who in that office authorized that? I want to know. Because you're out there, you're at the homes, you're doing the groundwork, and then somebody shoots this work ticket for somebody who's not an elder, and that moves somebody from the elder list over there. So we need to stick to that. Be hardcore, but who else is making those decisions? It's not all you. And that's what's confusing to me, because we got to take care of our elders. So we need the elder list, and then we need what other lists we're going to have. So we should have those numbers from Pam to give to Jim, so he can go in there and look at all the applications and see who's on there. That's going to help him. And that's what I'm trying to get at. So we stick to that and we just keep going. And then if there's somebody who's not elder in that list, and then they're on this 99 applications that are still needing to be fixed, and prioritize those, then that's list number 2. So I'm asking for this information that is going to help ARPA, so we can move on and start looking at that, because there was one plumber, I know that for sure, that was supposed to take care of the whole res, and it was hard. In my community with that bathroom, I thank you for that, because it was really hard because there's kids there.
Yep.
So we need the data so we can help you, and then we can get these lists in order, so they're not deviated from for the elders. Thank you.
We have Jordan, Michelle, and Ray.
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback off of what Tony was talking about, just asking like, how do we move forward? How do we give you the help that you need to move forward? Because what has been done in the past, it didn't work. I mean, we sat here and argued time and time again about it for 2 years, you know what I mean? So I'm just kind of maybe asking for your opinion too, as how to make sure that those 99 that have applications turned in get finished, right? And but also like taking our elders into consideration as well. I know a couple of them need windows and doors and things like that, but
There was a number of elders too that never got applications, and it was after. I know there's a bunch of them out there like that.
I guess maybe we just need to like have a figure out how do we move forward now. That's the only thing, is like we can't change what's already been spent, and some of it, I mean, like you're talking about, like we made mistakes, we all made mistakes, right? But we need to figure out how to service the rest of our people, so at least try to make that money stretch out a little bit further. But I also got a text and from an elder asking where do they turn in complaints to, because whenever they call the office, there's they get like rude people, so they said, well, maybe that's why they don't want to be, they try to call there to be heard, and then they get treated crappy. So I guess maybe that's something you guys need to take back, and maybe all of our tribal programs need to take a phone etiquette course, so we're not calling there and getting treated badly. So that's just some of the complaints that I have.
That was my plan to get from the get-go, but, I'm game for doing that, following that list and get that done. Those elders that are on there, you can see a lot of them are elders, that list I gave you. And there's still some that are missed because they didn't turn in an app. Some of them didn't know about this. I've had a few elders come to me and didn't even know about this. And, some of these were health issues. There's, I don't know, the house in Palm Lee, that, it's a good thing we went there because, and they're not an elder, but there was, the whole crawl space was full of propane because there was a leak, and it's a good thing propane's heavy and stays down here because of the house. We had to get them out of there right away and air that out and get it fixed for them, but they said, we smelled propane for a while, but we don't know where it is, and here that's what it was. And I don't know, there's some other ones the same way. Another house had a full of, and I got one right now in Corn Creek, our black pipe, that there's sewer underneath from broken pipe that we have to deal with. And those kind of things happen where we go take care of it. You know, if it's not an elder, we take care of it because there's kids there or something where it's a health issue. But we can do that. That's what I wanted to do, to take the stress off of me.
Can we have Michelle that wants to ask a question, and then Ray, and then Violet?
Jim, thank you for coming. I guess I want to get back to the motion that Jordan made to reaffirm. And I'm wondering if we're able to go back and look at that pay and see how much money was paid out when it wasn't supposed to be paid out.
They're running it for me, or they're trying to.
And if there's any way of getting it back and putting it to these repairs for the people, because that's what the money's for. And I also agree with Ray that we need to move that line item from the employee or whatever it's, get it out there for repairs for the people. There's so many houses that need to be repaired, and seeing that pay scale for the employees is pretty shocking. So I'd like to look at that and see where we're gonna go from there.
Ray?
Yes, I'm gonna bring that back up, and I know that we need to get these elders turn in applications. They've been waiting for a couple years now, and I know that they need money, so I do want to make a motion to move the 2.2 million from unobligated funds into the expense line items for interior, exterior repairs and roof repairs, so that they can start on those repairs for these elders and go through those applications and get them done.
Motion by Ray, second by Jordan. Question by Violet. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Lila? Comment, question?
Can I, if there's no opposition, can I get the floor for a community member?
I guess it's okay. This is
Okay.
basically ARPA report for our council, but.
Okay, is that okay? All right.
Morning, council. So I heard Jim say to ask about people that are on the list, so that way that list don't get out. So when ARPA first started taking applications, my mother put in an application. She is an elder. She put in an application. I know you were the first one that came out to our house, and then 2 others. And
Which house?
in North Apple.
The great big house?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it was for the windows and doors. And then we kept having Jordan check on it, and every time she was checking on it, they told her that my mom already got assistance, and that they already came in and fixed the doors, the windows, and everything in her unit, which never happened. And it's hard to come and talk to you, as Jordan stated, it's hard to come and talk to you or anybody else in that office because we get, well, why do you want the information? When we're the people who are on the application. And not only that, the concerns about the elders in Antelope. I know Scott has a list of the elders from Antelope. I don't know if he got with you and shared that list with you. Just a lot of those concerns, and most of those elders, I personally went to their houses and I worked with and I walked through their homes and everything, and they would talk about the same disrespect that got from your workers, the ones that are in the office answering the phone calls. That's why they never called to check up on their applications. And there are some that didn't put in an application due to that. And I don't know, it's been over a year since I've been in here talking about the elders and this ARPA and everything. I don't know how far you got down on Antelope's elders list. I know we broke it down. Those are concerns because I've had to watch elders go through storms with their roofs. I hear a lot of us talk about, they should be first, but at the end of the day, and I listened to you, I have my heart went out to you when you started to talk, the frustration that you have with people coming at you, and I just want to let you all know that you're in these seats. Along with these seats, along with directors, come the criticism, politics. You gotta be strong enough to sit in these seats, to be a director of a program, because all kinds of people are coming at you. How many times did I come at mostly in this room? But that's up to you to take it how you want to take it. But back to my question, since you have your list, I want to know if my mother Mary Brew is on your list.
I'll have to look. I remember going to that house.
Yeah.
Mary Jane?
Yep, Mary Jane Brew. It's been 3-4 years. Jordan, do you remember about 3-4 years?
2.5.
Yep.
I don't see her here. That, if I remember correctly,
Because we did have a
Did-
water issue.
yeah,
too,
that's
because
when
you-
I went there and there was water in the basement. or
Yeah.
whatever that is down there. Yeah, it is a
Yeah.
basement.
We had a water issue, and then from that water issue, it went to the windows and doors, and that's when 2-3 other workers stopped out. And one of them told us that they were gonna email us the assessment,
Okay,
and, because they were like, well, no, you can't live like this because our gaps of our doors, the front and back door, and you could see outside like that much. And so we just asked him just to bring the doors and windows. And then with the water, I mean, I've taught my kids how to do plumbing, so. And then I heard you guys talk about, the pipes, the water breaks and stuff. I mean, I did my own water breaks. I had 5 water breaks during the storm. And, me and my kids went under and we fixed our water breaks, and it didn't take thousands of dollars, it didn't take millions of dollars, it only took us $300 to get it done. And that was it. So that's things that if people fix on their own houses, that's things that you need to really look at, because millions of dollars going into a plumber and the time, I mean, there are some that just want the supplies to fix themselves. Like if ARPA would have came and brought our doors, our windows, I would have Googled it and put them in myself.
that,
But we didn't
that
complete.
was an issue that was brought up to me, and I was reluctant to go down that road because I could just picture somebody getting the stuff and then not doing what they were supposed to do with it. So it comes down to knowing who you're dealing with to make sure that it gets done.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is accountability. If you knew that, let's say you gave Ray pipes to fix his house, you know, you have that noted. That way, when it comes up and they say Ray comes in here and says, you didn't give me nothing, well, it's right there on paper. This is what I gave you, the supply list, because we did that many times, especially with plastic and stuff for homes. We've had it noted. I think that's a big issue, a big concern to take a look at.
Do you remember who came, did an assessment on your house? I know I went there just
You came once.
I just did a preliminary to see.
I think those other ones don't work for you no more.
Could be, that might be where it got lost too. But I put her down on this list, so it's now 100.
Yeah, because I don't think those other three work for your program no more.
Okay,
But thank you.
yep.
I have a question. So, the intent of the ARPA office was to not overburden finance, and, you know, they set it all up and moved on. But if we were gonna do that, why is it still so confusing and hard? To save money, why can't we just have finance do everything? You know? I mean, I don't understand having to do this when us as council couldn't even get a report from ARPA. And I'm talking to council, not you, Jim, but we couldn't even get a report. We still have to rely on finance. What's the point of doing that? When we could save money and still take care of a bunch of our people. That's what it boils down to, because there's no more money coming in for Jim. There's no more, after that, it's done. And the feds, he said they're strictly monitoring them. So how's that gonna look with all the discrepancies? There's a lot of discrepancies, and that's not good, because we separated the office from finance, but then now there's too much discrepancies, too much unfairness. And if we're gonna help and do things properly, we have a finance office here that does everything, and they ran reports for us. They can do that. So that's something to think about. On top of everything else, do we have a report? Okay, what is an official elder? What age, Jim, do you go by?
Pardon?
What?
60?
60?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think that's what they go by here.
Okay, 60, so, yeah, I had some questions about that, what the tribe considers an elder. Is it 55 or 60? So, well, it's 60.
I didn't get there yet.
Okay,
There was a
I know.
motion made a couple years ago by Eileen Schott that we set it at 60.
okay,
So
all right.
it's done
Yeah,
by
so Jim's
council.
not 60 yet, so he's okay.
I got a ways to go.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Chris?
Yeah, decent comments, I guess, from the team. First off, good morning, council. Kisha Chakala Masha Pichante Washinafe, she's up there. Thank you, Jim, for coming, and Brian, he left, so, no, thank you, Brian. I just want to say, ARPA came 5 years ago, and it's going to be gone in the next couple of years, and we'll be having whole different conversations about, you know, how we're going to renovate houses, how we're going to save this nation. We're going to have the same topics again with a different person sitting here. And so, you know, that's what's crazy to me is how quick we are to forget about things that happen. You know, today it's Jim, tomorrow it'll be someone else. Later on today, we're going to forget this whole conversation, and we'll be talking about the second thing on the agenda. Because that's the type of people that we became today. We were forgetful. We forget what happened yesterday, we forget motions, we forget resolutions, we get our own family. Because that's just the way the world made us today. That doesn't mean that, you know, it doesn't mean that we're in the wrong for feeling the way we do. Sometimes we don't know what other people are going through whenever we're talking to them. And so, obviously, this whole time Jim has been talking about, well, how we can help this ARPA construction. And listening to all the ideas and all the comments given, you know, first things first is political interference is the big thing that happened with this ARPA construction. Have it be around this table are people that are no longer here. It happened, but regardless, and there's nothing we can do about that anymore besides either point fingers and make a big post on Facebook about it, or we let it go from right now and we start this compassionate era of a life that we wish to live. And how does that look? I don't know, because I have yet to see it in the 8 months that I've been here. So maybe this could be like the first stepping stool, or the first stepping stone, maybe an olive branch to flourish into something way bigger than what it could be. And so with that, other than ARPA construction, is there anything anymore? Like, is there any more that Brian and them are going to talk about that we're going to go into? Just this?
I just brought them for support. You guys knocked me down, like, help me out.
With that, though, I just want to say thank you. I apologize too if anyone's ever made you feel uncomfortable.
You look different with glasses on.
Yeah,
I'm used to seeing you.
I see. You're kind of old now. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you for what you've been doing, and going forward, though, definitely start taking a bigger picture. We need to take a bigger look at the bigger picture at hand and understand that we play a part in everything that goes on into this. Like, whether it be what's going to happen next in the agenda or what's going to happen next week, the council always has that final decision. It doesn't matter who oversees it, we always have that final decision. And so, just know that maybe in my lifetime these houses will be fixed, but for sure that we're going to get it done in a good way. And all it takes is just one person to stop the pleasing powers, and I guess that's all I want to say, but thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I had a question earlier and then I completely spaced out what it was. I noticed on the list that went around, the yellow one, there was staff members on there that were like cleanup crew. It said like construction cleanup crew or something like that.
Do we have a debris crew?
Okay, did those applicate, or did those, is that a contract crew or are those?
No.
employees? Yeah, did you guys?
They're a crew, and basically it was to, because of the issue of where the dump is, and is trying to help our contractors, otherwise they would have to haul, and it would be an added cost for them to take it clear out there and then come back. That's just kind of something we looked at as trying to help our contractors out. Because some of them don't have a pickup, some of them don't, you know, some of them are just starting, trying to get going.
Yeah, I understand.
But they do a lot.
Were those positions advertised and sent through the proper procedure? Did they go to personnel? Did you guys approve them?
I don't think they went to personnel.
Okay,
I think it was like, we need somebody now, one of them kind of deals.
okay.
But
How was that?
That was when a proposal was done and the construction office was set up. The budget, we forgot to include cleanup and that kind of stuff in there, so that was an extra cost that was, and it's quite a bit for cleanup when you start renovating houses. What do you do with the stuff that you renovated with, the materials and stuff? So that was an extra cost that wasn't included in the proposal, so that's something that we just didn't think about. We thought we made money available for burnouts, but that money's probably been used for that extra cost for cleanup for the renovations. So Is that correct, Jim?
Yeah, I know when it first started, a lot of that thought was given to cleaning these burnout sites up for new housing to be put on. That was kind of the thought there too.
Is our HR person in? I wonder how we move forward with that, you know, just because if positions were created without the process being followed, I don't know how we can be employing people outside of a contract.
Were they on contract, Jim?
No,
No?
Okay.
How did they, was it just part of people you came in and allowed to work, or?
just looked for some people and hired them.
Okay, I think we should probably address that issue. And then I want to make a motion, to establish a selection committee for the ARPA construction to consist of 5 members of the council and 2 members of the ARPA construction staff.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor, second, Ray. Any more discussion or questions? Not, we'll call for the question. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 3,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you. I have a second motion that I want to
Okay.
make. I want to make a motion to open up nominations for the ARPA selection committee. ARPA construction
Okay,
selection
can you
committee.
explain like what your duty's gonna be, or
Yeah.
ARPA selection committee, is that what they?
So I would like for the 5 members of council and the 2 of the ARPA construction office to come together and work together on going through these applications, the ones on the list that he has currently, and then the ones that are, the applicants that have been sitting there waiting, and to cross-reference that list also with the list that we have for people who have already had help, because I'm noticing a few people that were already on the list that they got their housework done, and they're on this list today as well. So I think that having that many people on there would, they could cross-reference those and make sure that we're moving forward to help identify. And also, if they select, it'll kind of alleviate that office's responsibility of, if any of us call in and say, so-and-so's house needs to be fixed, well, there's a process and it has to go through the committee.
You know, and to be honest with everybody, that was the problem. Everything became emergency and we were all called, even I was. You guys were called when the emergency happened, and we're all guilty of calling the ARPA office and saying, hey, can you go out and fix this? And we get out of the process of going by application, so we're all guilty of it. And I just want to make that comment, so. Go ahead. What was your motion again? Go ahead.
To open up nominations for the ARPA selection committee.
Is there an ARPA committee already?
Yeah?
It's all a council now.
No, they changed it back to that
To budget and
5-member,
finance.
or whatever, the budget, finance, plus the, I think who else was on that
Give me more
committee?
work.
It's just budget finance, I think.
Budget, finance,
Yeah.
plus the chairman.
Yeah.
Wasn't it the old budget finance, why we're talking like this?
But there's a new one now, but still, I just wanted to give new members the opportunity to kind of sit in too.
Okay, well, we can do that.
It's
I
up
mean,
to you guys.
Lila, are you volunteering? Okay. Oh.
Or we have to rescind the other one?
I think my motion got a second, did it? Okay.
I think we don't have to rescind the other one. I think we can create a new one just for this. That's
Yeah,
what you're saying.
just the selection
Just the
committee,
selection
just to
committee.
go through applications and,
I just have a question.
She needs a second before, guys.
to open up nominations. No one wants
Well,
to.
no, you don't have to make a
Motion
motion,
died.
just open it up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lila.
I didn't vote for it because it's,
Same thing like Dara said, you know, I don't have trust issues, but now I do with ARPA. I'm traumatized, and I know our membership is traumatized. Not saying that I don't trust any of you, you know, I know you, but it's election time. We know how things work. And I don't think, because the other ones that were on that committee that created stuff, we're talking about, it's just, we can't, the water under the bridge, or, it's not good. Because our job, that's their job. We pay them. You've seen that paper go around. We're paying them good money to do their job. And a selection committee is okay, but maybe it should just be budget and finance,
Or what about all of you guys that are new?
And that's the thing, is that to me, that was micromanaging. That's why they had their hand in the cookie jar, because we're not all there to monitor it. Each and every one of us sit here and we have so many things to discuss, so much things. Treaty, look what they're doing with the Black Hills. There's all this stuff going on that we have to work on. And we pay people good money to take care of things. And, if we get these lists going, and I think, pretty sure Jim would have those in order, then even like the medical stuff, there's also criteria. What is ARPA criteria for that? So maybe to task them with it, what are those issues? Because we're going to get back in the same thing. Like, I hate to say that, I really do, but it's going to be tough because things are going to be happening, and we're trying to solve it. We're trying to solve it, but that's an option, we can get a selection committee, or do we want to have them do their job and organize it? That's their job. They have to organize it. And, okay, here's this list, and we get stuck on lists, and I never see them. Never see lists unless we get them here. So that way, maybe they can incorporate something there at ARPA, and somebody goes in and they're nice. Everybody's, we're going to go to La La Land now, and everybody's going to be nice and say, hey, okay, well, boom, you put it up on a computer. You're number 16, like that. So a lot of this stuff has to be straightened out by them. And I think, because I'm really worried something could happen again. And then what? We're supposed to get investigated, right? The feds, everybody out there wants to investigate us here because nobody trusts us. There's a lot of public distrust. So, all of this stuff that is out there is coming. So I think, that's the only reason why I didn't vote for it, because we tried that and I don't think it worked. I think it went sideways because my community was really a big one. I'm already getting a bunch of texts about what we got. That's just my point, Thank you.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Wayne, go ahead.
Good morning, council. Again, I hope we had a good night's sleep so you can not be crabby today. Council, I just wanted to make a clarification here. The last 2-3 years I've been listening to all this conversation about finances and accounting and that kind of stuff. But there seems to be a misunderstanding with what the ARPA office does. Finance office, we can handle all the checks, all the finances, do all the reports, everything that's required by finance. But we cannot generate the information. No different than CHR. We do all the financial for CHR, but we don't generate the information. The ARPA office does that, so you have to have somebody to manage the office. So when you talk about that money for the office, don't talk about finance. I think you only have like 1 or 2 people that actually do finance. The rest is the administration. You got Jim, you got Brian, you got all these guys doing the contracts. That's the administration. It's not the financial part of it. I just want you guys to understand that, so that because there's a lot of people thinking that the duplication of services is finance here. It's not. talk about the ARPA construction office, we're talking about Jim and Jim, those people that actually administer the office, not finance. Because as you know, Diane can report like that, but anything that we do, but she cannot generate the information. She gets the information from these guys. I need to clarify that.
Emily, you have a question?
From my understanding, because I wasn't sure what it was gonna look, what is the
Status of the office, is it like a department with a, director and all that? Is it like more like a chartered entity? Is there some
There
kind
was a
of document that
proposal-
sets it up?
There was a proposal brought to the council for the 100-home project and renovation activities. So at that time, when we had some ARPA money, they wanted to set some aside to help renovate and build new homes. So that was one of their priorities. The priority for the renovation was supposed to have been for emergencies, disabilities, and elderly. Those were the priorities as far as houses being fixed. But we run into a problem right after the storm hit. And everything became emergency and never stopped. And so that's why we got off the application process. And that's why we could never get back on it. And of course, everybody started calling everybody, and pretty soon they were considered a maintenance type program, and that's what it kind of turned into. So we're trying to get back on track with the process of applications, but the renovation project was to be able to build just to make it so they have water, heat, a roof over their head, and maybe fix the outside of the houses and the windows so it's livable. That was the original thought behind this renovation project. So we continue to do that. They started off good, but it didn't stay that way. So now we're into all this overspending that we put into people's houses. Once you start working on some of these houses, we find other things wrong with it, and it keeps going. A lot of the stuff that was referred to their offices that didn't apply for it, they became emergencies. They had quite a bit of work to be done to their homes too, so they went over the cap as far as what they're supposed to have spent. Once they started working on it, the cost shot up pretty high, and you guys seen that list 2 weeks ago. So that's what the intent was to renovate just the shell of it, put windows in there, make sure that they're have running water and sewer and heat in their homes, and a roof over their head. So the most important thing was having a new roof or something over their head, over their house. So
Can I get a copy of that resolution or whatever set up?
that was, I don't remember when that came.
I just emailed it to all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. That Windows 2, yep, Windows 2.
Have to get to a meeting at noon.
Okay,
I'll be back.
all right. Okay, is there any more questions? We have a motion on the floor to create a committee. To be honest with you, I don't agree with it, but you guys are the decision makers, so we'll open up nominations for a selection committee.
I thought that didn't get passed.
It did, so now we're opening up nominations, if you guys want to still do that. Five member selection, 2 from the ARPA, 3 from council, is that what you said?
No, 5 from council.
5 from council, 2 from ARPA, so 7-member selection committee. I really agree with what Lila was saying about creating a selection committee, so that's my thoughts. I just don't think that's a good idea. I think that if I was to commend Jim for doing what he did and taking all the abuse and that he's got over this whole project, I think that he did a good job of still hanging in there, even though he doesn't get a night's rest as far as phone calls to his house and all day long, and it's a tough job. And I don't think it's fair to him to say you volunteered for it. He got hired for this position, and we didn't think it was going to turn into this kind of situation. So it's something that he's dealt with, and I commend him for hanging in there. So you guys want to still select a committee, that's up to you. Open for nominations. Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you.
So I want the committee in place so we can get some of these things moving forward. And I know that during this presentation, Jim has told us that there was a lot of times when council reps would call him directly. And we can all sit here and say we won't do that, but you don't know what's gonna happen in your community, who's gonna have a house fire, who's gonna have, pipes break and be in a really bad state, and then you're gonna end up making that call. And nobody can say that they're gonna do that or not. If there's concern about, so with budget and finance, there's a handful of us that sit on budget and finance, and I feel we do a really good job of holding each other accountable. And the reason I'm using this as an example is because let's say Wayne, he left, so I'll pick on him, calls and makes a request. I have this student that's going to Las Vegas for this, I don't know, some champion, whatever, sports thing, right? Oh, well, we should help them. Okay, let's help them. Well, there's all of us that are here that are creating these standards. Well, it's one individual. This is what the criteria we adopted, so we can help with this much. And then Jordan may say, well, that's a really good thing that they're doing, so I want to help them with more. But then we have to hold each other accountable. Well, no, we have this criteria. So Jordan, you can't be giving away money to all the kids, even though I know you want to. So that's my intent behind this. It's not to attack Jim or anybody. And it's definitely not a political thing. If we want to make it all of the people who are just elected, I'm fine with that. I just want another pair of eyes to go forward and look at this, because they created a whole set of employees. And if they had somebody in there who knew the processes, they could tell them, you can't just create employees. Now we have people that are employed not legally employed with the tribe. They didn't go through the personnel committee. They didn't get approval here. We didn't amend their budget to reflect that. It was just done. So that's why I want this committee. I'm not trying to start this committee so I could sit on it. Honestly, I have enough work to do, especially with the committees I sit on. So I just wanted to give an opportunity to everybody that was kind of new coming in, and maybe they can help straighten it out.
That can rest on my shoulders.
Making a decision to do that.
And Chris.
To-
Mr. Chairman, I still have an issue with it, because if that 5-committee selection, that's asking somebody to take a lot on. Because if we were to go to federal court, am I going to be responsible for what happened with the other portion of the monies? No, I'm not going to do that. That's not on me. I want to start clean. I want to help. But this body, we can't micromanage. And the people need to do their jobs. If they do their jobs, then we won't have this issue. I trust that we hired the people that we need to. They have to do their job. It's accountability. It's getting people to be accountable. If you take 5 out of 20, that's not right, because that 5, when we need the 5 for another decision, say Black Hills, we're not going to all be on the same page. And, that's how this body is created, for all of us to monitor, and it goes through him. So like if I have an issue, I always, try to get a hold of Scott and tell him, hey, this is what I need in my community, because that's how it should work, and when we go through that, then that way we're not sitting here saying, Lila did this, Lila did that. Say my house came up and I'm on that committee, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be nice. But I'm not going to say, don't help me, because I need help. And then I'm going to have the black eye. So we want to be clear. We want to be transparent is the word I'm looking for. Because when we have some of us, and that's also not fair for only 5 to be doing all this work, and then the rest of us, you know, there's so much things that we have to talk about. There's so much things coming. What we gonna do when we use this money up? I wanna make a plan. You know, I wanna make a plan for the next 5 years. This money ain't gonna last. And what if we have to send some back? I don't know. We don't wanna send no money back, but in three years, where are we gonna be? It's really hard because they're watching us in DC. There's a kickback coming for taking that money, and I'm worried about that. We're seeing it when they brought it here, OST, that office came here. There's something boiling up there with the Black Hills money. Those are the things that scare me. You know, the day-to-day, we get it done here, but we have to let these guys figure that stuff out and get their stuff together and support them so they can move on and not deter, not be calling Jim and saying, I want this, I want that, you know. Because it boils down to us and our ethics and our morals. So that's just the whole reasoning behind it. Thank you.
Ben.
I just want to say too that I was against this committee for one reason only, is that I keep hearing from the same people that we have too many committees. So instead of these ideas of shortening them, we're trying to add on more committees for more work. And it makes sense. I understand why you're trying to do it, but yet for this ARPA thingy, it isn't going to be forever. That committee won't last forever either. And then corruption is a big thing too. Who knows what could be said or what could be done once this committee comes together and only certain houses get, out of the 99, only certain few get made. If we're talking about committees, one committee that we really should consider that really could be helping us out, that we really should start utilizing is like an audit committee, you know?
Yeah.
Someone like Ben's that. Someone that has that knowledge, someone that has that credibility that to give us these decisions, these wise decisions that can go back and reaffirm motions that or look into motions that we made or do follow-ups on them that other places aren't doing. There's a lot that a committee like that can accomplish versus this committee right here. Even our own elder committee can accomplish what we're trying to set forth with this, because there's a lot of people that have that knowledge. And this is something that we should really consider, because we wouldn't be benefiting from it financially, or we'd be benefiting from it spiritually with our elders, you know? And this would create a place for, I gotta keep using your dad because I see your dad. For someone like Ben's dad, like, to have that, what's the language, or the accessibility to history right there that Rosebud subscribed. And I think that's something that's a community that we should really consider putting together to help us out in situations like these. So, you know, if you know, we can accomplish today with that, with the thing that we're talking about right now, maybe we could pull back around and bring this opinion back up. But now the community can start working out key details on that. Thank you.
Emily?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I'll sit here and let that ponder for a while, because that's pretty interesting, I guess, to go off that. But I guess I didn't know from last meeting also, was there an audit done, or was the audit done on the ARPA office? Audit just for ARPA? Yeah.
ARPA was one of our major funding programs, so it was part of the audit, just for ARPA.
Okay. So those are my questions. Okay, so that's one of my questions, that trying to figure out what we can do as far as like, I guess, helping them with what they're dealing with. My theory is, again, this ARPA office won't be here very long. The other thing too is that the experience I hope you are gaining right now, you should be able to push forward and be able to understand and be able to fix those types of things. So again, like I said, we have Housing SWA, who's been here for years, And they had a lot of issues that came into play here, so I think that would be one primary place to look at, because they're going through the same process too, fix my roof, fix my house. So we should be able to fix those regardless, and then if we have this ARPA office here, this is something, I guess, for me, again, I reiterate again too, there should be some kind of plan, what happened before, what's happening now, and what's gonna happen here in the future. So those are my thoughts on this regardless, is that we need to make sure that, again, we learn from this mistake and move forward. Now, the other thing too is the audit, what are we considering to be misuse of either funds or misuse of authority, misuse, I mean, there's gotta be some consequences in there. So I don't know if this body or if ARPA ever has those policies in place there, where if there's misuse of anything, and who does that fall on? Whose responsibility is that? And then also to enforce it. So I do believe, these directors are put in place here to make sure that they are making the best decision possible for not only the tribe and the people, but the organization. So I would definitely say that if you are in this position, you should be able to learn from this mistake and be able to move forward, or even learn from what's going on right now to move forward to help yourself out. If you're getting bombarded with calls constantly, then there should be a fix for that, no matter what. Again, we take on these positions to make sure that we do the best thing that we can, that we feel that we can with our skills, our knowledge. So those are my comments and my concerns on this, I guess, to make sure that this office does what it's supposed to be doing and what this body set it out for it to do, which is to help our people, help our housing area here. So those are my comments, and that's what I'm kind of looking forward to, I guess, is looking at the financial part of it. That's why this is being brought up here, I guess. So, but that's all I have right now. But again, I just encourage you, the job that you're doing, I mean, it's a great job. Nobody ever actually was probably put in it. I don't know if you volunteered for it. Let's say too, you volunteered, put in your application to be in there, then yeah, I guess you're selected for it. But again, this is a big job, big position. You're gonna get hounded no matter what. You're gonna get people just like us. We're gonna get hounded by people no matter what, whether it's on Facebook, getting all that stuff, but we took on that responsibility. So again, letting them know that, hey, it's gonna be taken care of. So that's my take on this. So we put you in this position to make sure you make the best decision you can. So that's what I'm hoping that we can continue on with it. So, but again, thank you very much, and I hope that we can work this out my way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily?
Thank you. So I guess, you mentioned some of mine, and I already mentioned it earlier about asking about a plan, but I voted for Sherry's motion because I think that there needed to be a little bit something to move it forward, but then after I thought about it, I think we definitely need some time in the middle to realize what's happened, what already happened, where are we at to even to decide a priority or even anything moving forward. So I'm wondering, and I'm sorry if everybody else has already had this opportunity to know, but just going off of numbers, it's really hard to tell what all went. I was looking at a bunch of numbers, but it's really hard to tell like where the actual services went and where, so that we can show what actually went to that. And then after reading the resolution, I think the original resolution that set up this housing opportunity project or program or whatever it is was $38.85 million. There wasn't an attached budget, so it's hard for me to go off of that, but I, for one, would really like to see a report that tells a little bit in more detail, like with words, what money, where it went, why, if there's anything up, why those decisions were made, because I think in order for us to not duplicate that or to learn from all that, we have to know what actually happened. And again, I don't want this to come across like nitpicky or whatever, but like I think Jordan or somebody already said, this already happened, but we need to know what happened in order to better prepare about how we can utilize the existing funds for the future. And so I don't know how much more than 38 million or whatever has been since then, but I'd like to either request, or if it needs to be in a motion, I could do that also, that we are provided a more detailed report, like a written report that discusses what the original intent was, how many of those original, goals or whatever were met. If there was a transformation in that, sure, that we need to know that too, but I don't feel comfortable moving forward with any type of priority setting or anything without knowing, what, other than, I guess, a couple budgets here. So I don't know if that needs to be a motion or not, but thank you.
Jordan? And Lila? Oh, sorry, Gerald. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, relatives. I think we're about 4 years too late on this conversation, but it is here now. Some of the, I guess 4 years ago would have been a good opportunity to ask these guys if they had a degree in construction management or, something that would suffice making almost $50 an hour and letting everything go to hell. So, you know, it's a very hard situation. I just had an elder message, she's 80 years old. She needs new doors, she needs new windows. She's never even seen an application. I did get her help during that last storm. I had to message Bob Oliver. He's always very helpful. I have another elder whose son-in-law is also a council person from my community, but she believes that in the old way of leadership, that family do not ask your immediate to do their work for you. Your family takes a back seat when you're in leadership. So she didn't feel she should ask her son-in-law to get the help for her, so I went and asked. And then that's when the infamous picture of her roof came with electrical tape, black tape on it. You know, she's an old grandma. And I was very shamed out at what happened. And it led to many questions in that first year that I sat here. And a lot of things happened. There was a lot of temperatures rising during these conversations. And it wasn't all good. And so today, you know, it's something to speak of your work and then to go and, you know, use personal and private issues to almost put blame on the situation. You know, I don't buy that, and I don't think any of our elders do either. And a lot of our elders aren't going to come to this building and voice their concerns. They're humbly going to sit in their homes, just like that Unchichi sitting in a burned out unit. They're going to sit there because that's all they got. Yesterday evening, an elder came to my house, 70 some years old. She has a burned unit. She was given 20,000 from the ARPA. Only 9,000 was utilized. Where did the 11,000 go? You know, she still has debris outside of her home that was supposed to be picked up. Now it's becoming hazardous. You know, there's a lot of homeowners that have been beaten up, and you know, COVID gave a lot of people an excuse to beat them up and to kick them around and to let them lay there in their filth. And excuse me, I'm going to keep on talking. So, you know, these questions today of where this Mascaz, where it went, because there's nothing here. We don't have no money left. You know, when the budgets went around in October, we had Dona Million programs that needed help, but only 40 million to disperse. So it left this new budget and finance in a hell of a pickle, because the old one, we don't know what they did, you know? And so today, you know, we can ask as many questions as we want, but the fact remains our people didn't get help, and they're not getting help. We have a list there that 99 people still need a little bit of help. Well, where's that? What did he say? 200 and what? How many other ones? 298. So there's 300 homes that got decked out, but 99 elders are sitting there mushika. That's all I gotta say.
Lila, and then Jordan. Oh, Jordan and Lila. Sorry, and then Shep.
I guess I just kind of wanted to reiterate like what Chris was talking about. I've sat here for going on 3 years now, and we continue to talk and talk, but we don't have a plan. And I still feel like we didn't accomplish anything. So I guess, like, how do we move forward? Because 2 years ago, we were complaining about the same thing we're complaining about right here today, same exact thing. So how do we better that? So when I'm not here and somebody else is here in the next couple months, then they're not stuck talking about the same thing, right? Because that's what's gonna happen if we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna harp about it and say that things aren't gonna change. Well, they're not, because we're not establishing anything. So how are we gonna change that? Right? That, I guess, like, I just wanna feel like we're accomplishing something today. And I know everybody your brain works in a good way of like establishing a plan. So maybe that's where it needs, we need your help too, you know what I mean? Like, to establish a plan, how to move forward, and you sit on SWA as well. So maybe that's where we need to start, because I don't want to sit here and just keep talking and talking about the issues that we've had, but We obligated more unbudgeted money to them. So how do we move forward and how do we get the 99 homes that aren't fixed?
Lila, you sure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. When this first came about, and I spoke up, kind of trying to, there's a lot of people out there in our membership that really want to help. They have really good ideas. They're the people. That's who we work for. Yeah. It's the people. And that's why this body established committees, because we want our membership involved. And now, it's not like that. And so, when Chris proposed, a elder group or, they have wisdom. You happy. Jim has wa'ablaza. It just comes natural with life. So that way, that makes accountability. When we have our members, how do you think about this? That's how our people used to operate. Can you come and help us? A long time ago, that's how we survived. But now, it's like, we're on our own, council. And we have to change this. And, looking back, I thought, gee, you know what? Maybe they should have went and assessed all these transitionals first. Then the Sioux 400s. How many of those do we have? And then move on up to other houses. Because those transitionals, they were made in the 60s. And they were brought here. And the Father Jones and his group, they brought, what's the history of these things? We got to know those things. They brought Sioux 400s. Those Sioux 400s, some of them are still here, but there was 400 of them given to the tribe. And then we have other houses, I live in a tin can, I call it, a pop can, a walking shield. And we have mutual self-help. We have houses, with SWA. SWA needs to take care of their own houses. There's some that I know they come and Jim wants to help everybody, he does. But they need to pay back and reimburse the tribe for the work that these guys did. They need to reimburse us. They are up there, and why isn't those houses fixed? But the tribe can't say anything, that's not ours. But I don't get how, say a house that was built in 2020. I don't get that when, it's just not right. And some of us can wait. Some of us can wait and let these elders get their homes fixed. Some of us can let Jim do his job and get those guys fixed and fix those houses. Because those houses, they're livable, and if we fix them and add on or do things, then they'll be okay. They'll be able to sustain. Same with Sioux 400s. A lot of them, maybe they need a roof or doors or, help them fix the floor. Mainly, the main issue here too is foundations. They are expensive. And they didn't, Jeff Crenshaw lives in one. Those Sioux 400, or the walking shields, they're wooden foundations. So they just said, oh, we messed up, you guys just have them. So when we get into foundations, we're talking big money. And we can save a house like that and then just go with it. So, I think we need to look around and look at these wise elders, look at these people who will come and help us. We can't do it all. And when we try to do it all, we mess up. And that's not good, because everyone knows their community. Maybe we should select somebody from each community, maybe 5 people to look at this stuff.
nowadays, it's dangerous because they're gonna audit us all kinds of ways down to the penny. And we wanna make sure we use every penny. And like, there's always a story behind a home. There's a story behind everything. So, you know, a lot of it is, and if we have counsel on that committee, if I worked there at ARPA, I would feel kind of overpowered or something. I would feel like the same thing, you know? And if I said, oh, hey, this is Spring Creek right here, how come, you know, and start interrogating them? You know, I would feel funny if that was me. So a lot of it is, politics really, we have to get better at this and let the process happen. And, you know, we'll go to the president, do this, blah, blah, blah. When I first came to him, it was before I was on council about this home in my community. It got done, it got taken care of. It took a while, but they took care of it. So, you know, there's a lot to look at, but there's still some homes coming. We need to just build, 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 build. Just build. How are we gonna do it? Build, build, build. We have that project, the 100 home project coming, and then we can get whatever more money's coming. How much does ARPA have? Okay, well, maybe we're not gonna do this. Maybe we're gonna just build, build, build and get some houses. And just give those to the people. That's not our money. That's the people's money. And they should have a new home. You know, I don't know how much those governor houses are or, you know, something, but we get stuck. And so if we can keep building and building, whatever money, how much does it cost to buy 5 more houses and just issue those out? How do we do this with HIT money? Our people deserve a nice lifestyle. I go around, I see other reservations, and somehow those people, they get the blueprint and they let them pick everything. And we don't do that. We dictate. So I don't understand that part of it. But maybe that's another option, going by those houses up to whatever, you know? And some of it goes back to like maybe housing, you know, some houses, housing could help with those. But I seen on the report, there were some that were SWA. Jim, are those gonna get reimbursed?
I think those are conveyed home ownership units.
Okay, so.
SWA, and then we are doing the work on the real SWA houses, but I think they have their own ARPA money for that, and we're doing the contract work.
Okay, so they'll pay you guys.
I think the budget's actually down here and it comes out of here.
Oh, okay.
They don't really have it up there.
Okay, and so manpower too.
Is that how it is, Wayne?
The tribal council gave SWA $4 million, $3.2 million to renovate 40 homes, and $800,000 to build a warehouse to deal with the mess.
So we need to know where we're at with that too as well, if we can, you know.
I think they have some of the contractors doing some of the homes now.
Yeah, we're actually, 10 of them.
And that's a huge issue is manpower. I know you had to deal with a lot of that. And some didn't work out and some did. So you gave everybody a chance there. So, you know, are we gonna contract out? We gotta get moving here, you guys, because that money is, you know, gotta be spent. So maybe we have to reach out, advertise.
2 more years, I think, out by 2026, I think.
Yeah, so those are just some points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Wayne, go ahead. And I'm Sharon, sorry.
I thought we were all done talking, but the reason we're talking about the new construction of these houses, we've got a little bit of a problem right now. We have 5 houses in that building that are close to completion. We need to go someplace. I know we talked earlier about the law enforcement getting those. And I talked to Steve this morning, they're still not there with their this application for land is in, there hasn't been any action taken on it, they need those houses. And then I'm getting pressure from the adult corrections because they have lots up there, they have the money to actually build the foundations now. So, I mean, I don't wanna make anybody mad, especially Steve, but I think that right now, maybe we can give those 5 houses to JDC, and then the next 5 houses, give those to law enforcement, and maybe by then they'll have their land situation also taken care of. Because right now, those houses are done in like a month or less, we gotta put it someplace. That's just a recommendation. The other thing is that, I mentioned earlier, we got this big energy grant. And right now, we're working with Redco at ARPA, and they're willing to give us a portion of that ARPA that's all planned out and everything's in place to put one of these sites where we're gonna have this green energy, provide electricity to the place, and we put all brand new, up-to-date, energy efficient heating technology systems in there, and we can build like, maybe 8, 10 homes out of here, put them there, and they'll be built, and then people that qualify for loans can buy from one of those houses. That way we keep this thing going. But those are just a couple of things I want to throw out there to you guys when we're talking about this.
Sharon and Daryl?
Thank you. So, I'm, whatever the council wants to do, I support that. I just want to make a few points. You all have read that ARPA list. You've seen whose houses got help, people who have gotten help. I guess I really want to make sure that we have people looking over these lists who can identify the need. Because, I mean, even looking at the list that's here waiting, there's people who are directors that are on this list. So there's people who have good paying jobs that were on that ARPA list, for that ARPA construction list. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about fairness, that we're talking about being fair across the board. Everybody is sitting here and talking about, helping our people, helping the most people who are most needy, and I can't say that has been the case. I honestly can't. I know that people have been helped, and that's a good thing. I feel like when I bring an idea here, a lot of times it gets supported sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I feel it's because it's me, it's the mover. And I just want to remind everybody that Robert's Rules of Order and Council Rules of Order state that you should not argue the mover, that you have to argue and debate on something based on the data that's given to you. So I just want to make that point. Also, I feel like there's so much data out there, and a lot of houses were looked at. I think Bob Oliver went through and looked at a lot of houses. So there's a lot of data that's existing out there. The reason I suggested the council is because I feel like a committee of the council could probably pick up the work and start right away. Picking from within our departments would probably be helpful too. If we decided to go forth with the whole elder and let them, then I think we need to make sure that they're compensated for doing the work, that they're educated on all of the housing studies that have been done, and that they're given all access to all the data that's out there. The work that Bob did, the work that housing has done, and whatever other work is out there. And then moving forward from there. Also, they need to have access. I feel we should have an income threshold, and that they should have access to that as well when it comes to these lists. So the reason I wanted a working committee is because the plans that Emily was talking about, Councilwoman Boyd was talking about, and that Councilwoman Ron is talking about, I feel like that could happen there. And I am the one who does say we have too much committees. Maybe it's just because I sit on too many of them and we're pushing a lot of big, heavy things. However, a committee actively working on something, giving direction to a program is important, and not necessarily micromanaging, because look what we did. Listen to all the things that we did with good intention. We created this ARPA office with good intention to help people. We obligated money to SWA to get those meth units up and running with good intention. All these things with good intention, but did they go that way? They didn't. They didn't, but we all had good intentions. So I just want this to be fixed. We've been going on a few hours now, like usual, but I do think we need a solution, and I don't think that's gonna happen today. I think we should schedule another meeting after the ARPA construction gets it some time to plan and come back with a plan and make sure that, we all have the list of people that are waiting with the original applications, because those people who abided by the rules shouldn't be pushed aside. Those people who went and got, their application and did whatever needed to be done and turned everything in by the deadline, I don't feel like they should be pushed aside and forgotten. So I want to make sure that we can schedule some time in May or June to come back, and if we could do it sooner rather than later, just to see the plan and maybe have everything set so it's something we can read ahead of time and then come to council and just, be ready to approve or disapprove. But thank you, Itancha.
Yeah, go ahead. Earlier there was discussion, and so there's a lot of working class Lakotas, Sichangu, that, just because you have a job, don't mean you can have the mascot to fix your house. And the complaint for a lot of the Sichangu was, my husband can do the work, I can do the work, give me the supplies. And so it was kind of ugly to hear Jim kind of insinuate that if they gave out supplies that the people would probably sell them or steal them. That's like a slap in the face to those who have serious needs in their homes and can't wait for these guys right here to assess them and decide, do they get something today? I don't know how many older Lakotas, older than I am, message me, hey, do you think that I could just get a little bit of tiling? I just want to fix my bathroom. I can do it, my husband can do it, but they couldn't. And then to have the ARPA office say, well, they probably go and steal them, well then make a policy where they have to be accountable for it, We kind of dove into waters without real construction engineers. We hired our relatives, and that list proves it. All the workers, and I'm not saying anything, everybody needs a job, but, there's a lot of people on this reservation who go to college, who go to vocational technology schools, who sit there and put in that effort to get a job or to get a degree. And then we have our tribal members who are so privileged and who have so many good relatives that they get to make $45 an hour and not have accounting to the Oyate. So that's what I want to make clear to the people watching, because there's a lot of people out there that are like, man, this is BS, this is crazy, this is insane, there's no real answers being answered. Even the questions are just getting directed around and around. And I'm like, I'm with them. I'm totally with them. So thank you. I hope we set up some sort of committee, and I hope that the new ones, I hope that you have compassion, and I hope that you pray on it, because there's so many people in need, and with your selection on that committee, you'd be a thimble of hope in a sea of need. So thank you.
Chris, you got a question?
I have to ask, Ms. Wright, what's we talking about? Because I was never given a list of who.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, so that statement was probably ruled out of order because I wasn't given that list yet, none of us were.
Yep.
On the set. But then going into,
Which list?
Of who already got the help?
yeah,
Who already got the help?
who's gonna get that, the 99? Yeah.
Did it go around yet? It's going around. Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then also going forward though, I think we're taking what Jim said out of proportion. Think of it like this though, if Jim gave me all this material to work on my house with, and I get hurt, who's responsible for that, myself or ARPA construction? say I lose like a finger or something, and it's pretty serious, and I want ARPA to pay for it, but it's not their fault, because they gave me the material. We don't have anything in place for stuff like that. We're not thinking realistically or holistically, we're just thinking of what people are telling us, you know. I commend you again, Jim, for trying to stay afloat above water, because we all inherited something coming into these positions. We all inherited something that someone else a long time ago rocked the boat and made us try to pick up again. And all we're trying to do is make it to the island so that we can be free again, so that we can live. And yet we're so caught up in what we want, what I want. In reality, we don't care about what Jim thinks or what Jim feels. We don't care about what these people out here think or what they feel. We're just trying to push this off so that we don't have to deal with it until we have to deal with it again. And so, I guess I just want to go on with what Shay was saying and not take up too much more time on this topic. Whenever we have to come back to it, obviously we're going to have to come back to it because we didn't get nothing done today. So I just want to remind us that we need to figure something else out real fast.
Mr. Chairman, I disagree. I think we could sit here for days.
That's what we're here for. Because this has to be fixed. If we don't sit here and do it together with ARPA, what I see happen a lot of times is that, you know, we micromanage. We can't do that. We have these programs that are supposed to come to us and give us all this information, and hey, so I'm like, well, Jim needs this much more money. Okay, so I want to find out why this, why that, so we got our reports. But I'll tell you, when I seen that report, there was a person on there. I know I went to that house. There is no way she got $7,000 of work. I know, because I went. So how are we gonna, the other thing is, how come we don't just set, like he said that they gave a amount, right, Jim? Was it 7,500 per home?
20,000.
Oh, 20,000 per home. But not everybody got that. Some got way more and some got way less. So we got to stick to that. And if that's what it's going to be, leave it at that. And also, I don't want to bash any directors or employees because they are tribal members. They deserve to get something too. But they work here as well. But at the same time, if you work at the ARPA office, you can get it too. No difference. We're all tribal members. But it's the way it's done. There's veterans that don't have no home. They serve this country. What about them? There's, you know, so much that we have to look at. And if we don't be real about this stuff, like I said, we can sit here for 30 days. It don't bother me, you know. But we got to get this ironed out. So like maybe per community, the homes, because I'll tell you this, some went, and on that list right there, there's a lady, she's an elder, and she's retired, and she deserves the help, but they tore apart her transitional sink, and the guy who was working on it, he fell through the roof 2 years ago. They never went back. So we're lacking there. We're lacking follow-up. We're lacking follow-up. So okay, today you have a task. So those are all like what Daryl's talking about, the contracting stuff. You have Jim out there going to these houses, and who in the office is following up on those ones right there? That's internal structure, organization that needs to happen. So we can sit here and tell them to do this and do that and whatever, and they're going to do it because we're council. you know, they're gonna do it because we're council. But they have to go back and fix this stuff up. What works better? And, you know, the staff, does that need to change? You know, there's a lot of stuff there. That office is there to serve the people. It's there to be open, and it's there not to hide things. That money didn't come from the tribe. If it came from the casino, we could do that. We could do whatever we want with it, but it came specifically from the feds. So we better be on top of everything and follow those guidelines. Because if not, boy, they're gonna sock it to us. Just like what Wayne's telling us, money's appropriated for certain things, so we gotta follow those things. And just start fresh, start right. And, you know, it probably needs some inner infrastructure change there as well. Because in how long does it take for certain houses? You know, what's the timeline on that too? But, yeah, so that list right there is of people who didn't get help yet, right? They're still waiting?
From the
Yeah.
original list.
Okay, so they're still waiting. Okay, thank you.
Couple of hands came up, Michelle and Stan.
I'm looking at your list, Jim, you keep saying original list, but how are they prioritized, is what I wanna know. Like, do you go out and assess the house, or do you do it because they're
That
elderly,
was the
disabled?
intention, but we never got to there.
What was that?
That was the original intention, but we never got that far because everything became now. These ones are, I went over the original 298 applications that we have. I still have that printout. And these are the ones off that list that never got help, that we should concentrate on. And I've been trying to do that, but we get, things are emergencies and all this keep coming up all the time. So basically, people need to leave me alone and let me do that. And let me get done, get done with that list there.
So
And
is there a way to prioritize and put the elderly and handicapped first?
There is a Y on there for, that says elderly.
Yeah, I see the Y, but
But
I don't
those
see
would-
like what order you go in or
That's
how
probably
you're.
how it would be, because that's how they came off the
Okay.
number. I could have put a number on there. I know there's a lady that somehow I missed her, but she's number 46. I wrote her name at the bottom. One of them, yeah, could be. There's a couple I wrote on, but that's kind of how we're going on. We're gonna do that.
I think another way to track who's being assessed or who's getting work done too would be to keep a mileage log on the vehicles too, because I received some complaints that the vehicles are being used for personal use as well. So that's an issue as well. I don't want to feel like I
There were some
just.
issues that were taken care of internally.
Okay, do you guys
That-
keep mileage logs on
Yeah,
the
there's
vehicles?
mileage logs, they're required to do that.
Okay.
Mileage logs, gas logs, and everything. I'm probably the worst one for not writing my mileage down.
And I feel bad that you come here and you feel like everybody's just attacking you, but
But-
coming in new too, there's a whole lot of stuff that I wasn't made aware of, and just like these guys, and
Well, some of it's kind of a little bit way out there, because it's not that bad. There's stuff getting done, and there are some issues of houses that were worked on prior to me being where I'm at, and there was, the workmanship is, we gotta go back and fix some of the things that were not right.
yeah.
From other
Like a
people
follow-up
that were
process.
working on houses he's talking
Yep.
about. So, for the construction.
Before
offices.
ARPA construction, there were things that, and I'm not gonna throw nobody under the bus, and that's just how it was. So, we need to acknowledge that there were mistakes, and we need to change, but we don't need to bash anybody. I don't know, when you get my age, you kind of get over doing that. I'm only 37, but
Did the employees get their homes remodeled, renovated?
the ones that were qualified,
How did they get qualified? What were the
veterans,
guidelines?
veterans,
Veterans?
yep.
Dan?
Yeah, I think you pretty much answered my question. One of the questions I've had out there, homeowner says if you get approved for like plumbing or plumbing job, rather than being on the waiting list, I don't know if they can hire their own plumber contractor or something like that.
That kind of opens up a can of worms, but if it's somebody that I know, and it's just as long as they're comfortable with having an inspection done. Because there's a lot of guys out there that say they're plumbers, but my experience has been, we've had to go back and fix a lot of leaks from guys who were a little too fast or something.
Any more questions for Jim?
I need my nap here pretty soon.
Dara, then Micah.
Yeah, I have a elder who passed away waiting for the important people to get her home fixed first. And so her children and grandchildren still live there. So does she still qualify even though she just died?
That's down the hill, right? On the bottom?
Ring Thunder?
Ring Thunder?
Yeah, Sierra. She passed away waiting. She waited a long time, a
Sierra.
couple years. Yeah, Venus.
Oh, I don't even
So-
recall that name at all. I don't recall that name.
All right. well,
But
they're listening,
there's
so-
not a problem with that, you know? There's,
'Cause the-
we have estimated there's 2,500 to 2,600 homes that are owned by individuals, and the money we had, you know, we're lucky if we're gonna do 600, 700, that's just how it is. So there's gonna be people not happy, there's gonna be people angry, people upset, and if I had it, I'd fix everybody's house. That's just me, but it, you know, it doesn't work like that. And I try to, I don't know, it's hard.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim, for coming. Is it possible, or I would like to see out of the 200 homes that have been completed.
There's more than that,
Well, whatever that total is,
probably about
to have you.
400 or 500,
Give us how many of those homes have passed inspection.
okay?
Because you only have one inspector, correct?
2.
2 inspectors now? Are
But-
they able, I
That,
guess,
we're actually overwhelmed.
that's what
I
I'm
mean,
gonna ask.
it's hard to do.
So the work that is being ongoing or has been completed, can your inspectors keep up with that?
Yeah, at this point we are, just that every once in a while we do, like I said, we do miss one or we forget to go back and.
So how
and
do
do
you,
it.
so how can you
I
make
usually-
that process better?
To me is have the homeowner call. And some of these, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not saying no names, but there's some of these homes we're constantly going back to because of tenant abuse.
So out of everything that you've explained verbally to us today about how things go, what's
Yeah.
followed, what's not, are any of those guidelines, qualifications, procedures in black and white?
No,
Why?
I don't know, never thought about it. That's how I operate.
So do you think that not having those things in black and white has contributed
It
to
probably
how
is.
how the construction office has been going these last couple of years?
I think the construction office has been doing all right.
But no, I mean, as far as these
Yeah.
questions coming back on you and following the priority list by not having these things written down in black and white, that it's created some issues for the office?
It probably has.
Okay, so that,
And that's just, you know, I'm glad you bring that up because we can address that issue. I'm,
because I know this, when Scott brought forward the proposal for the housing opportunity project, with the budget, at that time, council tabled that, so so Scott and the ARPA office could bring back the policies, the guidelines for that, and has never been provided to us. And along the way, that project was funded and approved of, but I think that's something that needs to be done.
okay.
The other thing is just to my colleagues, we have about 82 resolutions that pertain to CARES and ARPA. And I think that we need to go back and probably look at some of those resolutions, see which ones are relevant to the issues that are going on now, because I know some of them aren't gonna be relevant, but go through those, make corrections, make amendments, and move forward, I think. Because that's a lot, and there was a lot of money spent, but I would like to suggest maybe using that as a starting point. And that's all I got. Thank you, Jim.
Because I just real quickly wanted to suggest maybe if we are gonna revisit this or whatever, if we could have that kind of more clear report, kind of have some of these more details, more the questions you've been asking, but I also feel that that timeline of resolutions that she, sorry, oh my God, that they recommended, if we could bring that up, or at least maybe the secretary's office can email those out beforehand so that we get a better idea of, I don't know, what led up to here. Because I think if there's, what did you say, over 80?
Yeah.
I mean, there's follow-up, but there's redundancy. I mean, there's so many things that I think that could be an issue there. So I just want to suggest that. Thank you.
The reason why there's so many resolutions is because the ARPA committee requires a resolution for every expenditure. So I've selected the reports that they hand out to you. There's a resolution number by each one of the expenditures.
Over 250,000.
Yeah.
Jinx.
Well, because I was like, I didn't want them to think that it all came here, because it didn't.
Okay.
Okay, are we done? Are we gonna set another day, bring it back? Okay, we'll set another day. Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. Before we set another date, would you just kind of give us a brief overrun so we make sure that we're all clear on what's gonna happen from now till then?
Okay, what I think's gonna happen is I think there's a good discussion we had today. It's we're getting it out open, we're honest with each other, we're talking about the issues, we're not beating Jim to death over ARPA construction, but there's some things that he needs to probably work on as well. So give him time to do that, and then we'll bring it back and we'll talk about it again. Is that correct? Okay.
To make sure that we have the written guidelines, I would, in the meantime, develop any standard operating procedures for your guys' office, so we're aware of it, like how you talked about earlier, the process of getting the application, assessing the house, fixing the house, and the inspection. If you can have that done. And then a list with this list, but how Michelle mentioned to have it be prioritized by, what was that, elder and need? Elder and handicap. And then, I guess, I know there's a motion on the, motion that passed about the committee, but maybe we can hash that up again and revisit it. Yeah.
All right, Jim, can you do a procedure? Is that gonna be a problem as far as Jim?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it's in my head.
At some point to address the council, kind of an update on the Vex Against Meth campaign.
Yeah, let's,
And then be asking their participation.
we'll have to get Jordan to get you the floor and you can do that, okay? Okay. I know we're, next on the agenda, we have SU and Range Unit 55. Are we ready for that discussion, or do we need to take a lunch first? Okay, all right, let's take a lunch, hour lunch, okay? K-12. We have a community member, Paul Hardy wants the floor. If, Jordan, get him the floor.
The best way I say. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to give you an update on the Veterans Against Meth campaign, we have secured the shirts. They're being made as we speak. They'll be finished on the 13th. I have spoken with Todd County Schools, St. Francis. On May 14th, between noon and 3, we'll be giving the shirts out to the Todd County students K through 12. The following day, we are also going to hand them out to the K through 12 at St. Francis from noon to 3. I've asked every active duty military component to participate and send their recruiters, and they have all said yes, to include the National Guard and Reserves. I still have pending from the Peace Corps and the Job Corps in their attendance. All the newspapers are going to be attending, and I've contacted all of the affiliate television stations in Sioux Falls and Rapid City, and they said they would show up. I have also asked a couple medicine men and Sundance leaders to attend. Now I'm asking this entire body if on those 2 days, if I could have your attendance for both of those. I've asked Councilman Frederick to get all of your shirt sizes so that you could be presented those and wear those during that event. It is my hope that we are able to document this so we can send it to our other nations, Pine Ridge, Dakotas, and Nakotas, that are also facing the same problem we are. And if there's some way a motion can be made to make allowances for you all to be there in your entirety, I would hope that that could be done.
What days again, Paul?
May 14th, Tuesday, from noon to 3, and then the following day, and the following day, the
Tuesday and
15th,
Wednesday? Okay.
from noon to 3. And South Dakota National Guard is going to fly in some helicopters, some the Lakota helicopters that were named after us, as well as the Blackhawks. And I'm still waiting to hear back from Nebraska on a military parachute demonstration, as well as an air mobile air assault demonstration, which I am hoping to be a part of, so that we can show the kids somebody from home here is capable of doing that, so are you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update, Paul. I appreciate it.
All right, council, next on our agenda, we have SU, Wing Unit 55.
Okay.
Also, last week, we had a council meeting, and this issue of range unit 55, Antelope's range unit became a question. There was some discussion on it. There was some action that was going to be taken on it, but it didn't happen. There was a request that we call everybody here today and get some clarification on it and to come to some type of compromise on what's supposed to be happening with this land. I don't know if Michael wants to bring it back up again, or if you want to start the discussion, or who wants to start the discussion. I have TLE here, I have BIA here. They've been both working on it. TLE did go out and do some mapping of that range unit and try to come to some type of clarification on which part of that range unit belongs to who. I got BIA here, and Sonny's been a part of that conversation since the beginning, so hopefully we can get some type of resolve today. Huh? Yeah, just discussion. Ben?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Thank you everybody for participating in this and being here. I think one of my biggest concern on this, because again, it was brought up, I think at the time, was there was a jeopardy of you losing the accreditation and also the funding source for SGU. So that's one of my biggest concerns, so I would like to find out for sure, or where that's at, or how's that going? Because we do have a certain amount of time frame, I guess, from whether that's gonna be in jeopardy or not. So I would like to find out for sure, when is that deadline? So if SGU here, or?
Sean, are you representing SG today, or?
I can.
Okay.
I thought Micah was gonna speak for the group, but SGU does have their accreditation that could be jeopardized by this. When this land was first given to SGU, that was one of the things that all the tribes did. And so every tribe with the tribal college designated some land, set it aside, and we get some several $1 million worth of USDA grants. I manage those. We had 5 USDA grants last year. Steve Hermany Horses, he run one of the programs called A New Beginnings, part of the Wokini Initiative. I think you guys are familiar with SDSU and some of their work that they're doing, trying to set aside some money and land for tribes. In the past, they've had to go to the state and ask to use this money for things like the Wokini Initiative. Dr. Dunn's a tribal member. He's a Bordeaux descendant himself. So having him as president at SDSU has been helpful. But what we stand to do here is jeopardize not only our USDA grants that we have that we get because we're a land grant institution, which, you know, I hope you guys kind of look that stuff up and I don't have to explain every bit of what that is. Those are resources that are made available, many more resources than we even acquire. So we get extension, we get an equity grant, we get an endowment. I mentioned New Beginnings already. These are often 4 and 5 year grant programs. And that's how we run our greenhouse. That's how we run our bison. That's how Marliese has Dave Valandra out there as the manager for the horses. Those are all funded through these programs. And so we have a accreditation visit coming up. We do those usually every 10 years, sometimes every 5 years. And the accreditation people are coming back last year. Now, when I sat here on tribal council, President Herman sat next to me. And we had this discussion already about what it does to SGU for their accreditation. And at the time, the discussion was about the board and whether we should, we were electing our own board down to the Ghost Talk Park. We moved it to SGU and we started doing elections. So at some point, there was a question whether this body had to give us permission to do that, whether we could, we even appointed our board. So there was great discussion about how we should do that. And at the time, the Higher Learning Commission, which is how we get our degrees and all that, basically they said that there were some issues with having not us be a separate standalone board. So the way it is now is there's a tribal member from your body who sits on our board. At the time when it started, it was an ex-official. They didn't vote. Now I think they vote, and I think Micah sits in that position there representing your body and the whole tribe on SGU's board. So when they do come up for accreditation, they're gonna ask about our government structure, and way back then they dinged us because we didn't have all our ducks in a row. There was a question, they said vagaries was the word. There was, basically you could pull the rug out from us at any time. And they can't have that. They can't really accredit a body that has. So now what this would do is create another body that we would have to get permissions from. In order to use our gym, we might have to ask Antelope Community, or maybe they have some kind of concern about COVID and they want to shut one of our campuses down. Well, that isn't going to sit well with the Higher Learning Commission because they expect that our Board of Regents is a separate and distinct body and that they have a relationship which has been approved and authorized by you. Now, when I sat here as a group, we went through all this before. So you guys might have to go read some resolutions and figure out exactly what that meant back then, but President Herman will tell you it was some pretty ugly discussions. And so here we sit now, and we're at a place where we've been questioned about our board. We have 2 people here who are sitting on the board. Wayne and Micah both sit on SGU's board. They could tell you what has happened in the board. I don't go to the board meetings. Just frankly, my father didn't want me there unless I had a specific purpose. So just like here, I don't come here all the time, not even frankly watching most of the time. But I'm here because I was listening earlier and I heard that SGU's issue was up, and I want to be here to make sure that the story's fully told and people understand. So one, our accreditation could be jeopardized if we have to ask Antelope community, for permissions to even do something simple like operate a university. That seems real simple. I shouldn't have to explain that any further. But that's what's at stake next year when they come. And I've already heard our acting president say if it comes to that, he would shut down our university. So, it's unfortunate that we're even having this discussion. When I was in the meeting over at TLE, unfortunately, they didn't meet that day because of something that happened to their board family member. But what was discussed there was how what you had done last year when you authorized Antelope community to take over that whole thing was give away right-of-ways, easements. And Cherry Todd was concerned themselves. I know SWA and Redco and Casey family, all of those people would be, those institutions would be affected as well. So that's what Paula said herself. I know it was a quote that I asked her to repeat, and she did at Antelope Community. And I don't know exactly what all those issues would be, but I know that what should happen is we should basically be afforded the land that was given to us, and even the way that was done was in question. I mean, here we were fined. I don't think Antelope Community has the authority to fine anybody $10,000. That happened. I basically said we should have went to court, and at this point, I was asked to contact Terry Pachota and let him know what's going on and start discussing what we'd have to do to go to court over these issues. So that's where SGU is at. I don't know where the board's at. The two people here representing the board can speak for the board. But I'm on my own accord. I wasn't asked to come here by anybody. My boss would have wanted me here. I'm sure Ted would want me here, so that's why I'm here.
Thank you for giving an explanation, starting it out, Sean. We have, any of the board members want to make any comments? I think Wayne did pass out a map that kind of conflicts with Antelope's, so we got a lot of discussion to go back and forth on what land is which and who it belongs to, I guess, who was assigned to. Go ahead, Chair.
I just wanted to ask Sean to clarify, what are you talking about when you're saying somebody was fined $10,000?
Antelope Community fined Cinte, and Cinte paid it, which I said you shouldn't pay this. In fact, they were gonna fine $20,000. Okay. So in June, Phil Baird asked me to go to a meeting. So I went to the meeting and they took this action in June. In July, he went to the meeting, didn't ask me to go, so I stayed home. So in July, Phil went and he said he got his butt chewed out for 2 hours, and Dubby made the motion to fine SGU $20,000 and not ever let him use the bison pasture again, which we got a lot invested in fence. Cleve will tell you how expensive it is to put regular fence, let alone electric fence, which you got to put both up. So after Phil did his speech, he said they walked it back to $10,000. I said at that point, we should basically take him to court and say, all this stops and let the court sort it out. But Terry Pachota didn't want to fight it. So we paid another year's lease, which was $34,000 or $34,600 or something like that, a 1-year lease. And we added that $10,000. So at this point, they can go around finding anybody. Game fishing parks, you don't like them? Two Strike could fine them $10,000. We've already kind of set we've allowed that to happen. And so at this point, I think this council needs to kind of take over some of that and not allow that to happen, because that $10,000 was paid.
Was that ran through the council, through the parameters of this lease? Is that allowable for a community to issue fines? Is anybody allowed who's leasing land to issue fines?
I don't think so, but it's under the management of the Antelope community, so I guess they can impose on what they did, you know? I don't know if Cleve has any, comments on communities managing their lands and imposing some type of fines, is that correct?
Good afternoon, everybody. You know, that's a legal question I think we should pose probably to the tribes council. I wouldn't want to venture and make a determination on that. Just on the surface alone, I don't think anybody could probably find anybody unless it's spelled out in the law and order code or some ordinance. That's kind of my take on finding people.
We got Jordan, and we got Jordan, and we'll get to you guys, okay?
So I guess whenever that motion was made, I was at the community meeting, and at that time, I guess how it should have happened was maybe they shouldn't have paid the fine and they should have just got the buffalo off, right? I mean, that was the options, though. I'm saying that was the options that night at that community meeting. And then because there was notifications that were happening between SGU and Antelope that whole time leading up to the fine that was proposed at the community meeting. Okay, so that was an option then for that. I don't remember when we started notifying them, about 3-4 months prior to their lease being up. And then it started getting bigger and bigger because at the time, whenever the fine was implemented at that meeting, there was, they were already over the lease, there was no lease, active lease. So that's the reason why that community member made the motion that day. But I'll get the floor for Melinda.
Respond to those before we move on to a different subject, because that's not totally all the information, that's half of the information.
I mean, I was just addressing what you
Yeah,
said
but
about
see,
the fine.
At that meeting, we were told that those leases were gonna just carry on, we were gonna go forward. That was said, right?
What was it?
So basically, you said there was no lease.
There wasn't an
And when we went
active
to
lease.
that meeting, your aunt or whatever her name is, Martin Lewis's daughter said, what about my dad's leases? And Melinda said, we're just gonna go on and do those, like we did before. So at that time, there was no paperwork,
Well,
because
I'm
this was
related to
beyond
you,
March.
right? I'm related
This
to you
was
too,
into
right?
June.
Point of order.
So I'm just saying, I'm responding to what she said, and she gave about a half a bit of information. I think it's important to tell the whole thing.
But I'm related to you as well.
Yeah, you are
You
also.
can have the floor in a little while, Sean, that's good.
Okay.
Jordan, are you done?
Yeah, I was getting the floor from Melinda.
Okay, Melinda, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council and administration. You guys are having a good day. We're back at the table again over the same situation. I kind of didn't want to bring out my folder, but we did documentation where we sent letters out to SGU each time when a lease is up. They are notified when their lease is expired. They did get fined trespassing because they refused to remove their buffalo when their lease expired at that time, and they told us they didn't have to. So as a community, you know, that's underneath Antelope's management, and there's documentation back here that does state that from when it was transferred from tribal land, from tribal ranch to SGU to Antelope. I have the chronological order on all that. But the fine was issued because they refused to move their buffalo. So that's why that $10,000 fine, because we went with the AUMs from the BIA on the livestock rate. What's the AUM? What's the? Yeah, the animal unit. So we went off the AUM, so that's how that figure came up. If we do have lease documents that they do sign, and there is stipulations in there that, you know, if we violate this lease, you know, there's gonna be fines or it does state everything in that lease. SGU was aware of everything. They signed off on that lease. You know, God bless Mr. Lionel Bordo, but, you know, he came to the meeting and we worked with him. We signed those documents. He signed those documents. We all agreed on it. And now we have, issues coming back up. Accreditation, if you look at this packet here and with the accreditation, it doesn't state anything about land. Their accreditation letter there, it was done for their I don't know, their education, but it had nothing to do with land. That South Range Unit 55 is what we applied for last year with the recommendation of TLE's lease manager, Lisa Klom, at that time. She recommended that we added the whole South Range unit because they never seen a range unit divided in half like that before. SGU didn't have their documents that identified some of that range unit was given to them underneath their management, so we added it into that resolution. So that was presented last year. And if you guys remember, it was tabled. We had to come and meet with the Board of Regents at SGU. I know we've been trying to meet with TLE and Solo, then that's when we came back to council again and they passed the resolution. And now that we did our bids, we were moving forward, all we was waiting for was the mapping so we could get our bids out. We ended up extending another year lease with SGU till we got our mapping situated. We still never got the meets and bounds like we've been asking for, to really identify how much exact acreage is on each land. We never received that. This is all the map that we received right here. If you look on that packet, that real light colored packet is what we was given with the AUMs on there. So that's the reason why that was put in there. Council did pass it. We did do bids on that land. We're kind of on hold right now because this came back up, so. But if you look in there, when you apply for that, that land grant that they're talking about, it doesn't state in there that it needs identified land for them, like as far as range unit, South Range Unit 55. If you look at the correspondence there with Mr. Hamilton and me, with Josh, and I know at this last meeting, the special meeting, we did get a letter from TLE asking to step away, that they don't want nothing to do with the community leases, that it's underneath Solo. So Solo and Sean was there at his own accord, right? Sean, or was you representing SGU?
I'll do whatever, it's like, ask SGU questions, I'll answer the questions as best as I can, I do work there.
Okay, so you're representing SGU today?
I'm here on my own accord.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
SGU, if they feel that I, can, we have other people here we could rescue.
Okay, because we discussed this resolution, and there are some amendments made to this resolution. If you look on resolution, the 2023-06 from Antelope Community, that pertains to that resolution, what was that, 197. We amended it, adding the half sections in there that was asked to be amended, right, Sonny? So we got that amendment on there. We just need to get it amended through council so we can move forward. But this is kind of like kind of a breakdown of anything currently happening. I do have a binder there that does give the history right back to Tribal Ranch to present, so. Is there any questions for me?
You got Wayne, Sheila, do you want the floor for this time?
Oh, wait, how everybody gets done speaking.
All right. You got Wayne, and then, Sheriff.
Thank you. So I'll speak on behalf of, I really don't have I'll speak on behalf of Lennon and Acton. Okay. So when this issue was brought here, and we learned of the different conflicting parts of that resolution 197. And SGU and Antelope had to get together to figure out what was going to be a medium here going forward. So we ordered that our land office of TLE, because they have the capabilities of mapping, go out and actually map the boundaries of what Antelope and SGU had fenced over the years to prove what usable acres are within that boundary. If you look on this map, it's come from TLE, right over here by Whitehorse is 1,005 odd acres, and that's pasture 1, pasture 3, or never mind, that's pasture 4, and then pasture 3 is 598 acres. And then in between is kind of this long stretch of the spillway that comes out from Antelope Dam. That technically has always been in control of Antelope Community, and it was usually hayed, and it was leased to Martin Jones, I believe, over the years. You come down here to Antelope Dam and you go south, there's 2 yellow lines. That is technically where the boundary line from the spillway road comes right from the Antelope Dam down like that. Antelope has run this whole east side and leased it out since probably, I'm thinking early 2002, somewhere around there. And that's what, and I want to remember, or to tell everybody, this is not a range unit. It is not even a farm pasture lease. Those terms mean different things, and it was formally known up until 2002-ish as range unit 55. It is not range unit 55, and from that time doesn't carry that insignia. This down here from Antelope Dam south was pasture 1 and 2. That was run by SGU and given to SGU for economic development and land grant status, and also because when I was here with Lionel and my father in about 1998, 9, somewhere in there, there should be a resolution that gives the SGU around 1,000 acres. It also was because the tribe owed from a previous old resolution roughly like $1 million for educational purposes. So that's kind of where they came from, that idea, and they gave that far west side to SGU. Now in Resolution 197, before anything really gets overly controversial, that resolution needs to be ratified and amended, because the way that resolution reads in the map that is attached to it shows that not just all of this land, but also Antelope Community up here, also the main campus of Antelope, and over where North Antelope is and Turtle Dam. They show that all is Antelope control, okay? That's fine, but it doesn't define the uses. If you don't define the uses, that would technically mean the Antelope Community is under management of all rights of ways. So then without them, that means they would be perfecting and approving rights of ways. That's the tribe's job, especially when it comes to TUC. That's why we have a TUC and a rights of way specialty. Also, it means that they manage the commodity office, Sichangu Child and Family Building, maintenance building of SGU, the museum of SGU, SWA Apartments, White Hat Complex, Jack Moore's land, that is deeded land, Redco's building, and of course both campuses, main and lake of SGU. So the resolution just needs to be ratified and amended, and those things need to be surveyed and removed from the resolution and control of. But Antelope does need immediate access to this whole east side, pasture 3 and whatever this 1,000 acres, and this middle ground that kind of is elongated right here, heading southeast. They do need control of that in a timely manner because they use it for their revenue for the community. And they're currently advertising for lease, aren't you?
We already opened them and it was froze because of this.
Oh, yeah. So they need to be able to access revenue for themselves. But this pasture 1 and 2 should be either given to SGU or held until we can have an actual survey and then deal with all this other outbuildings and whatever else. And that's the way to mediate the situation and not become too controversial, is just get those surveyed and removed, but give access to Antelope so they can pasture and that 1,000 acres, that 598, and then whatever that elongated piece is for the fields and hayland. And that was ordered by Land and Natural, and it just hasn't been able to go back to Land and Natural for finalization, and it came here today, and I didn't know it was on the agenda, so here we are.
More questions? Chair, go ahead. So, sorry to
Up on this, but I guess I'm just kind of stuck on a community being able to impose a fine. And even like Councilwoman Ron saying, you know, we told you to remove your stuff, you should have removed this or that, but like, are you guys compliance officers? Have you ever been commissioned for that? Are you guys aware of all of the land use code? I mean, are you abiding by that? Is there some way that, and I'm not trying to be controversial, I'm just, you know, it's odd to me, this is all new to me. I didn't realize communities were allowed, I didn't realize that this council gave that authority to communities. And then you guys are talking about you paid this lease and it's $40,000, and then that just leads more questions. So that money for the communities, you guys are getting money from the community, is that money held in the finance office? Is it audited with our funds? I mean, with any community that's getting land lease. And should we expect a community to do that? I mean, it's worrisome to me because I feel like we have 3 entities that govern our land. We have BIA, we have Solo, and we have TLE. And now we have communities. How many communities did we give authority to lease land? I have no problem with the thing that TLE's been doing in the past. People take a range unit and they share the lease money with the communities, but this shouldn't be happening today. Does anybody know, Cleve, do you know how many, or Sunny or Ray, do you guys know how many communities are in charge of leases?
The only other community that I can think of right now, well, the only one is St. Francis. They control like a little over 900 acres of farmland. And we've been asked by St. Francis community to help them advertise, but the community will select who gets the bid and the price and all that stuff. We're just helping them with the technical part of it and compliance.
So how come you guys just don't do that for them and then
For St. Francis?
for all communities and then give them the money from the lease, and that way it's, you guys are doing the bidding, you guys are doing all of that, and you still retain the rights, because you guys have compliance officers, right?
Yes.
So if SU has buffalo or whatever on the land that shouldn't be there because it's there past the lease, then you have compliance officers who have the authority to enforce that, correct?
TLE we manage the land that was given to us by the tribe.
Okay.
That have certificates on them. And the St. Francis land and the Antelope land, we don't manage at all.
Okay.
But Wayne's right, I mean, we had the expertise, weather finally got nice, our guys finally got out there and GPS the borders of this. And all the borders, all the land is in there is like 2,700 acres. But that doesn't include the hay land right in the middle, like Wayne was explaining.
Okay, all this that's in the blue.
Yeah, that's all the 2,700 acres.
Okay, and then that doesn't include SGU.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 2 communities.
That's what's
that are-
in the pasture.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I know other communities can get money for TLE for economic development purposes. How does that work?
The way it's worked in the past is, of course, communities passes a resolution, it comes to Land and Natural approves it, tribe approves it, it comes over to the board of directors for approval.
Okay.
We just recently had a community do that, and since I've been there, I think there's like 2 communities that have done that. And currently, we have 5 communities getting lease income off us. But our bylaws, we're violating our own bylaws because the income from these leases, we haven't taken it off the tribe's distribution and net earnings. Although one of them, like Oak Creek, it says in the resolution itself that it's not to be taken off the distribution to the tribe. But what carries more legal weight, the bylaws or the tribal resolution? And those are some of the problems we're running into now. But currently we have 5 communities getting lease money off us.
Isn't the tribal resolutions recommending authority to the board? Because you guys are subordinate? organization and not a chartered subsidiary?
Okay. That's the way it's been working. It's
Okay.
been coming up, land and natural to the council and then over to the board.
Okay. So does a notice go out to all communities that they're allowed this? Because my community never knew
You know,
anything.
early, when I first started the job at TLA, I met with the Community Presidents Association several times, well, I want to say two for sure. And they were talking about doing this.
Okay.
And I told them at that time, that's like 2019, 2020, what other communities have done. And I thought we were going to have more communities come forward and request money, but it just hadn't happened.
So if it doesn't come off of the tribe's distribution, then that looks like what, financial?
Well, we're violating our bylaws.
Okay.
And we can only give money off
concerning.
land that TLE manages. Like, or we have interest in, like, we have interest in some of the range units that we get income off with the tribe. But our leases, we only lease out, tracks that are, owned in majority, like 51% by the tribe. And the other, 49% might be allottees. So, if you notice, our rates this past year had went up to meet the BIA rate to ensure allottees get the correct rate, so. But yeah, it's, you know, last week we had, at TLE, we finally got together a, presentation to the board, of how each department works. And, eventually we want to bring it here to the council to explain the whole thing, so. But it's, we did it for the first time at the board last week. We've got some improvements to make, but hopefully soon we can bring it back here and give a presentation on our functions.
Okay, thank you. Itancha, I guess I'm really concerned about, you know, nothing personal against any community. I just worry about us as a tribe giving up, allowing the communities to have this specific authority that we have 3 entities charged with controlling, who do have backgrounds in Title 17 and 19, or is it 16 and 7? 18 and 19. So I worry about that. And then I also worry about the overall arching finances of the tribe. So when it comes to TLE, Mr. Treasurer, how much of our general budget is dependent on the TLE dividend? And how much does this take away from the tribe?
About at least 10 or 12% of our budget comes from TLE dividends.
Okay. The general account budget, and then the rest is indirect, and that all goes to programs, right?
Our general account budget consists of taxes,
Mhm.
sales tax, our own leases, and then TLE dividends. Comes from liquor taxes. That's the majority right here.
Okay. And sorry, council, that I'm taking up a long time. I just feel like this is a really prime opportunity. If our communities are struggling for funding, especially if they're looking for funding for economic development, we keep talking about pursuing like avenues for communities to have economic development. But, you know, maybe we should do this in a different way, in a different approach, instead of having our communities lease land. And I really feel we should support them in a way where they can run a business, just like the Constitution says that they can become an enterprise. So how can we support them in that aspect instead of having them lease land? Because to me, that's the tribe's job. And like I said, nothing personal against the communities. I just feel like that's the tribe's job to lease the land, and then from there they can manage the money. Because that's, the other week, we made a motion to increase our lease income to suffice some need that we had for the gentleman that was here earlier with that. So if we're not in control of all our lease money, it's just problematic.
Camille, did you?
So I keep hearing that a lot. Who gave us the authority? And that could just be like meaning as who gave you all the authority to make the bad decisions that you make. But, well,
Point of order.
so what I'm getting at is who gave us the authority? We have motion excerpts.
You can object
The people
on the floor, but
gave us the authority. The people who we work for gave us that authority to move on behalf of them because we took the same oath as you. And it states in the Constitution and bylaws that this body forms community officers within these communities. It states that right here in your guys' Constitution and bylaws. So that's why these motion excerpts are attached to our packets, is to show you we listen to our people in our community. That's who gave us the authority. So I want to turn it over to Melinda to talk about.
I have a question for her.
okay, go ahead.
So if the people gave you the authority, how many people came to your community meeting out of how many members that you have?
It varies.
Give me a approximate.
It
varies.
Point of order, Chris, you have the floor, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to remind us that, we're here for a single, tract, a single small portion of land. And, we're deviating from that. We're, you know, well, my colleague was talking about, that's a conversation that we do need to have, but I feel like that's on another day. Right now, we have this issue, and we have this room packed, and we need to figure out this issue so that whenever we leave this room, all parties know how we're going forward, and so we don't have to come back to this topic again. And we'll all be, I want us to leave satisfied. I want us all to leave satisfied in that we know that we figured something else in a good way leading into that topic. But, so this tract, it's not arranging it, what would you call it?
Lease land.
Lease land 55, that little portion, this little portion of land which occupies the what? Fairgrounds? That's the question, that's the land, that's the portion that's in question?
No. No, just these,
The whole campus then, huh? All of it?
all of it.
Okay.
But they need this to make money off of like right now.
And that's antelope, right?
Yep.
Nothing to do with SGU.
Nothing to do with SGU.
And
That's it.
then, too bad there's no one legitimate for SGU. I feel like since we have one party figured out, we could probably move forward with that. And then, when it comes to SGU, we need to stop thinking like selfishly too, because like this place has allowed a lot of our community members to have education. Allowed my parents, my grandparents to become masters and doctors, as well as a lot of other people across this country, nation. Because how many places can you go to where you can just walk to school too? Like, it's a tough subject for me because I want to support both. And I know that neither have support from us in the past. And so, with that, do we need to make a motion out of this?
Yeah, roughly 16, but we have to resend the other resolution.
Oh,
197.
right. So then you come up? No, so we have to resend the annual community motion.
No, it just needs to be amended. There's an amendment in your guys' packet that was handed out.
We'll let,
Yep.
Jordan, you have the floor, you know, let him talk.
Yeah, just kind of touched up, there's that amendment that adds the half sections in there that takes out that campus, the bottom of the lake campus that Mr. Bordo's been talking about, and Mr. Fredericks here. It does take out anything identified as those half sections they're taken out as far as the campus. So it doesn't take any of the campus away. And what's being misconstrued right now is that everybody thinks we're after the campus. We're not after that college campus. What are we gonna do with the college? All we want is South Range 55 so we can continue with our leases for our communities. We help a lot of people. We help our community members with, you know, medical appointments, funeral assistance. We do a lot for our community. All our events happen through all this funding. You know, it's very rare we come here and ask the tribe for some help, to help fund an event. But we try to do our own. We take care of our own all the time. You know, we don't depend on the tribe for wood. We purchase wood and get them out to the people. We do that with all this funding. And now in question, saying we're trying to take that campus, you know, that's kind of slap in the face. You know, we worked with SGU all these years, and for some few bad apples to come here and lie to you guys that are snakes, saying that you're trying to take that campus, we don't want that campus. You know, we know that's SGU's. We know that's where everybody gets their education from. So I don't know where everybody's misconstruing, saying we're trying to take the campus from them. We're not. We just want that South Range 55 so we can lease it out and get our revenue. We did the amendments like recommended by BIA, Ray, and Sunny Farmer here, adding those half sections. That was what we forgot at that first resolution. So we amended it and added it on there. So there's the amendments. We amended it at the community level. We just need to amend the tribal resolution to add those half sections to eliminate the campus out of that.
It still includes though the SGU lands.
You still got the floor, Jordan. And then you got Sean wants the floor.
What SGU lands?
Jordan, are you done?
Yeah, for now.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I just want to fill in some gaps. I kind of think
It's unfair to not let me speak to some of these
1 through
issues
4.
here. But this is where we have our Buffalo. This does affect our accreditation. Nobody answered what I said with regard to it being another subordinate
11,
entity.
12,
They
and
just
1.
said the accreditation doesn't require you to have land. But all this mess here happened because they're trying to take some of this that we have spent a lot of money developing. I spent $100,000 on Buffalo equipment. So for these guys to say, you know, they want to take just what's this, if you look, there's a pink line at the bottom. They came to us a few years ago. Josh said he wanted to separate SGU's land from Antelope's land. So we put a line here. This is basically this line where it says at the bottom of the page, straight at the bottom at about 6 o'clock. So we put a fence in and they came in and Antelope said, you gotta move it. Because our land is here, your land is there. You can see there's a little well there. So a few years ago, they were fine with saying this was SGU land. And we needed to put our fence here. If you go behind the spillway growing up there, y'all didn't see a fence there. They made us put that fence there to delineate our side from their side. Now they're saying they want the whole thing. This is very unfair to SGU to have us for years for years we paid them a lease on this. They pulled the rug out. Where would we put our buffalo? We have 1 million acres. You know, we used to have several hundred buffalo down there. Now we have 120. They want us to remove all of them. We have one of the oldest herds in the nation. Isn't that true, Wayne? His dad started it. 1994, when we first got our animals, my dad was donated 2 animals from Montana. They couldn't bring them here, the Crow tribe. That's how we got some of these issues to say we can't move an animal from one state to another, even for tribes. So we've come a long way, and our herd is considered one of the oldest private herds. And so for us to cut it down from 300-400 animals down to 120, it's kind of Ushika when we have 1 million+ acres. For years we paid Antelope. And when they were talking about how we were over and so they just decided to fine us $10,000, there's a process. You call the BIA, you call TLE. You're exactly right, young lady. I appreciate your comments. Because we shouldn't have chaos here. There was 17 people at the meeting I attended, 17 people. My good buddy Rod from White River, good ball player, was there. They counted him. Good thing he abstained from voting. So 17 people can not only do this, but as she said, I went there in June. I said, what's going on with the leases? She said, we're gonna carry them out. She said to your aunt, we're just gonna carry them forward for a year. And yet they fined us $10,000. She don't wanna hear this. That doesn't matter who's related to who, we should have all the information. It's not personal. We were fined $10,000. They at first fined us $20,000. This is when Phil went in July. So we're still being told that we could keep our animals there in June when I went there. They said, we're gonna carry the leases forward for her relatives too. I am okay with that. But the fact that they fined us $10,000 after they said that we could leave the animals there, that doesn't make sense. There's a process where you call Cleve and say, someone's horses are on my land, or you call Sonny. You don't just say, hey, we gave you a chance and we're gonna fine you 10 grand. We don't have the authority here. You haven't created that authority for a community. So our court would have probably kicked that out, but the fact that our lawyers didn't want to deal with it, just said pay it. So here we are back to taking our land. This makes it sound like it's the campus. This is about the land, the USDA, where we manage those bison. So our bison, we've had them in there for a long time. People said we had too much, we took it down. Sonny, have we taken our herd down? Drastically. And we've invested, Wayne, about $100,000 worth of equipment I bought last year, right? The big squeeze chutes and all that.
It was just over that, yeah.
So here we go, you know, we're gonna take this and give it to Antelope. Antelope has all sorts of land they can rent. There's other lands in Antelope that they could lease, right, Cleve? They don't have to be fixated on this land. Please, let's get more information.
Yeah, there may be other land, but it might be under solo or not.
Which will still be land they can get money for.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have Lila, Melinda, and Wayne. Okay, let's keep the tone down a little bit. We don't need to yell at each other.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just now getting like updated on this information as well. But one of my communities, one of the communities that are in question with leasing land, our community doesn't. And I think it's a good thing for communities to try to empower themselves. They have their own bylaws, they have, everything set. So we get some money from ours. And the whole theme here is empowerment. Empowerment for the college, empowerment for the community. And there's got to be a resolution to this. And I think, like today, we don't have the SGU boss, would we say the president, is there a president? Or who's there now? That person should be here. And we need to have Paula here. We're gonna probably have, more conversation about this. And then we don't have Eric, so that's kind of tough there. But thanks, Sean, for the bringing us up to date on things. And I think that, there has to be a resolution for this. And it sounds like it did go to Land and Natural, right, Lee?
Yes.
Not yet? So we need to back up.
Excuse me, yes it did. We met with Land and Natural, but no resolution or nothing ever came out of it.
Oh, okay.
That's what we're waiting on, and that's why Eric needs to get it.
Okay. So probably, that would have to go back to Land and Natural. I'm just thinking of the steps because we have to follow our process here. And, but we want to do these things in a good way. And we want to take care of the Kasmankawi out there in a good way. But, there's land, and how are we gonna, because if they don't need, they're looking, so Sean, what you're saying is this area 55, sound like I'm talking about in Albuquerque, aliens now. But right here, is that where the buffalo are?
So the buffalo is under the word Todd. We actually hay that where it says Todd. And down below it, that 1, 2, 3, that's where the buffalo are. So we'll move them in a grazing rotation right there. And we cut them back drastically from, I think we were approved when we had the whole thing here, we were up to 390 we could have, or 290 or something like that. Anyway, we're down to 120. And we just plan to keep them in this area that, like I said, they asked us to put this one that runs from below Todd, the D, the lines below. they years ago asked us to put that fence in, so they can split their side off from our side. Now I'm totally surprised to see that, you know, our area that we've developed is being up for discussion at all, because this, you know, 30-year herd is now gonna be displaced. And we do have some animals on the north side. We've got about 100 animals on the north side too. But our oldest herd is right here on the south side. And that's where we started this Mustang Meadows. We took 60 cows from our animals. We got 4 bulls and we took them out there and kind of started that effort as well. But this is very important for us to keep these lands here for our land grant status as well. The paperwork here, it's nice that they didn't include and share this with me. But as I see, Dana Gary gave them some information saying that we don't need land, but we can't have a subordinate organization that we have to answer to in addition to our border regions, which nobody has answered that. So the tribal council is separate and above all of us, but by allowing our lands to be, you know, we have to go ask Antelope, it creates a lot of problems for our land grant status and our higher learning commission status. So, you know, to amend this and leave and take our buffalo pasture isn't fair to us either. We haven't even had a discussion. It's like, hurry up and do this. Like I said, I was told to even have, you know, this be looked at by the attorney, so this might even go on further beyond you. But hopefully you guys can find a resolution to all this that doesn't end up on a hill in court.
I think, yeah, so we're kind of missing a process here, and maybe Wayne can, give us some ideas or what, you know, happened there, what we need to do to move on from this and kind of find a halfway point. Because there's a lot of investment there, and also, the community also has a right to, you know, communities have a right to this land, you know, it's empowerment. And I think it alleviates the tribe and, you know, from, like, we don't get the casino revenue, we haven't gotten it. So if they're leasing, then that, you know, gives money to the communities. But we have to find, you know, the legalities, and we have to see what Wayne would let us know what's going on. But also as well, let's not raise our voices and, you know, do that to each other. It's not healthy, so.
Yeah, Melinda back there. Okay, just kind of a little bit more history, you know, we're discussing lease money and stuff, and I remember Ms. Wright had mentioned, you know, who manages that lease money. I believe, and I'm not sure, I think we might be the only community that does have a financial guideline that we do go by. Our financial guidelines pretty strict. Our community keeps an eye on all the funding that comes. They count every down to the last penny. Like I said, the bean counters out there. She counts those beans for us. She keeps us in track of what we have and what we don't have, what we need to do, you know, all that. We do have a financial guideline set in place. As far as telling SGU no, you know, SGU never did come to us and ask us for anything, you know. I know we've asked them for buffalo meat for, you know, some of our events and stuff, but, you know, we never told SGU no. They never asked us for anything. You know, so I don't know where this misconstrued is coming from, saying we're hard people and we say no. You know, because we let our people use our community buildings. We don't charge anybody. You know, we do all this stuff for our people. That's why I said, you know, when an individual gets up and speaks and it makes it sound like we're bad people and we're gonna take and take and take. No, we're not. Sit down and listen to the communities. You know, listen to all the communities, because we're not the only one going through this. You know, everybody else is gonna be going through this, and is the, you know, you had mentioned an option of giving us lease, having TLE give us lease money. Is TLE gonna match what we get for leases? You know, we're looking at almost close to $100,000 in lease. You know, so are they gonna match us on that? You know, those are things we need to think about. And that's how we get our stuff for our community, our truck. We bought out of our own money. We're gonna buy a plow with this next purchase if we can. You know, we're thinking ahead. We're thinking ahead all the time. Come summer, we're thinking of winter. winter, we're thinking about summer. You know, we have to stay ahead of the game because we are the largest community. And I sure would like to hear, have your guys' support on this. You know, identifying that the pastures, I guess, pastures 1, 2, 3, and, yeah, the whole bottom section for antelope, so we can continue on with our leases. Like I said, we're not sitting here trying to argue with everybody. We came to this table a year ago and was trying to get this hammered out. And this is what happened. They pushed us through, passed and approved it, and now we're back to the table again. We're in the same boat again. Our leases are up. We're waiting. So, like I said, if you guys all remember, we was all at this last year around the same time, and here we are again. I just hope we could get through it, come to a solution on, what we're gonna do so we can move forward. Like I said, as a community, we reached out to all the entities to try to get help. Jordan's been there too. Jordan's been by our side when he was tackling this issue last year. So like I said, once we get this resolved, I hope that we don't come back next year and have to do this again, I had to do a lot of work. To me, I was going out looking for resolutions, documentation. Like I said, this ain't the only documentation I have. I have binders full of more. Like I said, if you guys want to take a look at them, I'm willing to let you guys take a look at them, but there's more information here. This is just from the recent resolutions and stuff that was provided as of last year. This is just coming from last year, so thank you.
Okay, Wayne, Jordan, and Sheriff.
Okay. So by direction of the attorney, is not here, so he said, do not make the new resolution that I was trying to point out, which we can't because we don't have a resolution. So it needs to either go to Land and Natural first, then come back to Tribal Council. But the only thing that is certain, and whether it's today or whether it's next week, is that 197 has to be rescinded because it is too vague. It is so vague of all the land that it is including, and that gives up the different things of right-of-way and includes all these buildings. So that's what needs to be removed. It shouldn't even be that controversial. It's literally just, we are to be Wakinchuze. We're coming to make a mediation. That's what it is. And when you, like even this amendment, this 06 thing, that can't be done and it's inaccurate because it's just breaking down, and from someone who doesn't know land, it looks like you could say, oh yeah, 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Those are not legal descriptions. What has to be in a legal description is your southwest, northeast, those types of things. And then it also not only has to include those, you have to write down your T-tracks. And if you look on this map, you'll notice that there's little numbers and letters. Those are more than just little numbers and letters. You have to include those in order to actually do a description of land and leasing it. So this here basically just says sections 1 and 2 and whatever, but then it's not our resolution. Obviously Eric didn't write this because he would never put this whereas in there, and he would definitely not put that final whereas in there. Those are some dangerous wordings that you're putting into a resolution. So Eric needs to draft it, and the land offices have to be included so that it's a actual legal document and description of land. Whether you want to take action today or not, literally the only action you could probably take is just rescind 197, order it back to Land and Natural and the in-house attorney, and execute a new resolution and map. The map has to be accurate. Then I still have the floor. And so that's the only thing that could be done. If we wanted to go kind of loosely make an agreement so Antelope could get money, we still have 30 days. Pasturing on almost every farm pasture lease or even a range unit is still usually June 1 to November 1. Would you kind of agree to that? Some of them are May 1 to October you know, but that's usually here nor there. You could do June 1 to November 1. It still gives us 30 days to execute a new resolution and legal description and document. Now, the other thing that could be done is if you wanted to loosely say, give them the 1,600 acres so they could execute and make revenue. That's only this east side. That's only this east side. This west side is still SGU. But no matter what, there has to be a new resolution because the old resolution 197 includes more than what's just on this map. It includes all the stuff north by the main campus, and it includes all this in the community as well. And as you can see in the community, there's still T-tracks in there. So that's why we need to.
So Wayne, the original resolution that approved it back in
November?
2006?
No, 23.
No, when they first came to council and they request this range unit for revenue. That resolution, was that one correct?
Not that one, it's that one.
That 2004, I think, when it came back.
Yeah, this is way back when.
2004, 1996. 1996, that one's.
That one's the colleges, that's the one that where
Yeah,
they
that's the colleges.
expanded the college to increase the land acreage. That original one that came from Antelope Community, was that 2004, was that correct? It wasn't correct.
Still states the same way.
Still same way, okay. I'll answer my question. Thank you.
So it wasn't done right.
Okay, we have Jordan, and then Cher, and then Tamia wanted the floor.
So the old 2003-77 resolution, the reason why our 2023-197 resolution was worded the way it was is because we went off the 03 resolution. It was the same wording. We just took it and updated it.
You didn't include those lands south of the dam. It couldn't have.
It's all sections 1 and 2 minus their acreage set aside for Whitehorse housing and Antelope community. All of sections 11 and 12 minus the acreage set aside for Antelope community farmland, both tracts inclusive of 1,645 acres.
Okay, 1 and 2.
So then same thing though.
1 and 2? And then 11 and 12?
Yep.
You could, if you wanted to today, you could roughly do that, but you're gonna run into problems because they go into the SGU properties the way it's fenced.
So Cleve, the SGU one, 1996, does that include that parcel of that pasture 1 and 2?
The track numbers.
As far as the expansion?
You know, since this came on the floor last week, the staff's we've been looking through our files, and I'm sure these are our secretary's filings too, but there's, starting in 1974, there's been 5 resolutions that we found dealing with SGU and Antelope.
Does any of them include pasture 1 and 2?
So another thing, just to reiterate, that Antelope community has been getting lease money from the SGU since 2011, maybe even before that, for this, huh? So, I mean, I just don't understand why it's a big fight now, you know what I mean? Whenever we have been getting the lease money for years, and now it's, and now, no, but now it's a problem because we didn't lease to SGU. That's how I see it, is because we opened it up to lease to other people, and it's not with SGU. That's how it looks to me.
My turn?
Your answer is, part of section 2. But not 1. Is that what you're asking?
Well, on this west side where pasture 1 and 2, the argument is that belongs to SGU for the use. And then the acreage on pasture 3 and would be the before, or the 1,005 acres, that one's supposed to have been antelopes. So is that one of those resolutions, the original resolutions that gave that land to SGU, is that pasture 1 or 2? Does that include any of that?
No, those are antelopes. 3, 4, 9, and 10 are SGUs.
Okay.
And that
3, 4, 9, and 10.
No, not 11. That double yellow line?
So 1, 2, 11, and 12 are
Yep, that's our antelopes.
antelopes.
And that weird long strip.
So have you found any, I guess you didn't answer my question.
Oh, excuse me. 1 and 2? Well,
We're looking at two different numbers. The one I'm looking at is pasture 1 and 2 on this one, the acreage part of it. Is that included in any of SGU's resolutions that's approving it back in 96 or whenever that first resolution was approved? I know there was a resolution out there that allowed them to expand, give them more land.
oh, okay, I've never seen this one.
Okay.
What resolution are you looking at, Scott?
0377.
377 on this one. And it does,
Yeah, it says all sections of 1 and 2 minus the acreage set aside for the white horse housing and animal community. All of sections 11 and 12 minus the acreage set aside for the animal community farmland, both tracts, inclusive of 1,645 acres.
Right.
If it has a plat map.
Right. But the way it's fenced, it's messed up, so it's gonna have to be fixed.
Yeah, that map you're looking at right there is just the existing fencing that our guys went and mapped. Because we didn't know for sure how many acres were within the grazing area.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. First, I want to say that when people come to this council, I want respect. There should be respectful conversations here. No slanderous things, talking about our bad decisions and things like that made. There should be respect, the same respect that we give our visitors that come here. We have never disrespected people who come to this council, and I'm tired of people coming here thinking they can disrespect us. So just wanted to get that off my chest. Second, I want to know how, so Chairwoman Yellow Eagle made a comment that they're gonna get about $100,000 from this lease. And that's cool for them, that's awesome. But I'm just, sorry Chris, but I'm just gonna go back to the same thing where this isn't fair to all of our communities. Because in my opinion, we should be managing the land. Our entity should be managing the land, and then there should be a mechanism for our communities to come request that land. And then there's accountability to the people. And you know, that's great that Antelope has all of their their ducks in a row when it comes to, you know, having their procurement side. But is that money reported back to the tribe? Is there a way we can report that for other communities so that they know and they can try for this same type of avenue in order to get money for their communities? Because it sounds like Antelope's doing great things for their communities, but what about the rest of the communities? I mean, for them to be able to do all of these things, that's really wonderful, but Rosebud needs that. All the other communities need that too. And I just don't think that when we give authority to a community to lease the land, I mean, let them bid it, let them sit in on the bids, let them be a part of it, but the lease should stay with our entities. And I hope that's making sense, because I don't want to come off that I'm against people, because I know things like that here get construed, oh, they're against just because you question something. But for me, in all fairness, I feel like those entities who have the authority to enforce specific rules within our law and order code should be the ones to maintain the leases. And if the communities want funding from that, then for economic purposes, then we should move forward in a way that supports that, in a way that won't put us in situations like this. And I know that the accreditation and all that kept getting brought up, but I don't want to get confused, the accreditation portion, with the USDA grant that deemed SGU as a land management college. So we're looking at a map. It looks like TLE made the map. Is this the right map that we're looking at? Are these the correct lines, the correct boundaries? Do we have the right information in front of us? Nope.
No, it's only the fence boundaries.
So this is the fence boundaries?
Just fence.
Still, yeah.
No physical restriction.
Okay. Who is our authorized legal person for land descriptions?
There was three or 4 months ago, when this became an issue, I called TLE, I called BIA into my office, and we talked about this. How can we get correct land descriptions of the site so we can resolve this back then? And there's such a process to it. I'll let Sonny describe the process to be able to get these descriptions off his land and what it takes to survey these to make them correct. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you, Sonny.
Good afternoon, administration. Good afternoon, council. Like Mr. President said, we did have that meeting in the past, and it's pretty much been described what the south half of Range Unit 55. Range Unit 55 used to have the grounds south of the highway and north of the highway. And I believe it was in the early 2000s, like Wayne said, that at that time a resolution was developed, Antelope Community for income and management of that range unit. And at that time, there was questions about the descriptions, and this has been kind of confusing for us at the Bureau of what our part has been involved with it, because we have the acres and the AUMs, well, kind of like what Melinda talked about of that previous map, and that's what the acres and AUMs were. And just like what Jordan stated, you know, using that same resolution for the current one, but the very first one was also wrong, like you asked, Mr. President. Them descriptions are just stating the section numbers within that land and not actually the legal descriptions. And they're pretty accurate when they're squared up, but if you look on that map, when you get around the lake and some of the community, White Horse, Antelope and that, it's not a square. You know, we use home sites, for example, it's 2.5 acres for a home site. And you get that description, it's broken down from a quarter section, and you get them 2.5 acres. But in this instance, when you get up around some of them areas, they don't follow a square line where they contour to the road or to the water, whatever it may be. Them are called meets and bounds descriptions, where you, they take the number of feet from the fence line or however many feet this way, whatever it may be, that's how a meets and bounds description is. And at the Bureau, we don't have a person that does the meets and bounds descriptions. So whenever we get them requests, we send to our area office, and there's an individual there that gives us the meets and bound descriptions. But these ones in the past have been done, and that's what we just took off of the old permit of the south side of Range Unit 55. And I believe they are the same description from that old one to the new one is the right. But I think the question is the pastures to the west, like Wayne has stated, that are SGUs that are part of that. Are they in the resolution or not? Is that extra acreage to the west? That stuff that's to the east and to the south, them were part of Range Unit 55. So then we could just use them same descriptions. So in my opinion, what we're here today is the question of them west pastures. Like Melinda said, you know, the community's not after the campus and all that up there. It was just the acres that they advertised in the past. So that's kind of the Bureau's question as well, is, you know, are that acreages on the west side there, are they part of it, or are they SGUs? And is there a resolution that identifies them? Thank you.
Emily, and then Jordan.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I told myself I wouldn't reiterate myself on this issue because I've spoke quite a few times on it already, but I just wanted to put out there, maybe when we're looking at this issue, in my mind, I'm almost thinking it might be two separate leases. And I keep on thinking like zoning and our titled 18 and 19 and things that we already have policy on are very specific on zoning as far as like residential, business versus agriculture leases. And so if this does not fit underneath a range lease or farm pasture lease or something, in my mind, it's a special use permit or something similar to that. So in which case, it's gonna have to be very detailed on what uses are allowed, timing of which, all those types of things are gonna have to be spelled out. And in an effort to kind of secure some of the area, I was wondering if it would make more sense than to have one lease be like the campus, more of like a residential type, this is our campus, that's gonna be locked in, you pay that or don't, or whatever those are kind of parameter, versus the agricultural part, because I think that could take a little bit longer as far as compliance and, you know, history and what, those types of things. But I'm just throwing that out there because I think that if we did look at things like zoning, or if we did look at things like having a dual type lease, that might help us move forward. So they're protected, they're not in jeopardy of losing these things. We could even have, I know there's staff that are capable of, you know, taking a GPS and walking around the campus. You could then translate that to an unofficial legal description and say everything within this map we're gonna deem until we can get, you know, a cadastral or whatever they have to do. So I'm just throwing those out there, and I'll shut up, thank you.
Thank you. So back to Sunny's comment about the legal land description. So whenever we brought this resolution, or before the resolution was even brought, we was trying for months to get a legal land description for that. We've worked with TLE, Solo for months, and they would never give us legal land descriptions, right? So then when we brought it forward, we had the same conversation about how it didn't include the T-tracks, the legal land description was not in the resolution. Well, we don't have anything to go off of because they're not established. We don't have a legal land description for that area. So that's the reason why that resolution is so vague, is because we don't have that. We asked TLE, we asked Solo, like I said already, and they never gave us legal land descriptions. I mean, for a long time, we were going off of this map, right? Because we was never able to get a current map. I mean, I feel like we worked on it for a year trying to just get maps, and then we was never able to, and then it just came to the floor the way it is because we couldn't get those legal land descriptions. So, I mean, I feel like this is a bigger issue because it's exposing all of this other stuff, right? That we don't have access to. I mean, in Antelope community alone on South Side, where all of that is land, right? Home-owned land, half of those people don't even realize that they had to go in and register, right? So there's not even legal land descriptions. Like my Unchi's lot, if I go to Solo, it's not registered on there, but that's my Unchi's land. She's lived there her whole life. It don't make any sense, but I mean, then we come here and we fight over it and bicker over it all day, and it shouldn't even be that big of a deal, I don't think.
Ben?
I guess for me, we've been in this situation before too. I think with St. Francis, you know, their issue with their land thing, where when their leases did not want to give up any of their the rights to it, even though they're not tribal members. So we supported that. And again, too, I know I've heard here several times that we just support our communities to make sure that they, economic development, everything to that effect. But now we want to control it. We want to make sure that they, are understanding of what they're doing. But I feel that, again, a lot of these communities, the bigger communities, have that already established. They already have this funding already available. And a lot of us smaller communities are trying to get to that point. So again, we need to figure out what we can do to help not only our communities, but our tribal members to excel. So, but it has to take this in order for us to decide that. But I would like to have seen maybe some solutions, or maybe some avenues from TLE and BIA, because this is going to happen again, So I just want to make sure that we have an understanding. I think last week when it came up on council, in that time, people were saying they needed to GPS and stuff. That was what, 7 days ago, I think, almost a week ago. I mean, so it's not that hard. I mean, we got GPS now. Somebody should go out there and GPS it, no matter what, that quick, to give us some understanding of what we're looking at here and stuff. So those are my concerns right now. Again, having a community come to jump through all this hoops just to make sure that they have an understanding that they have that lease. But again, if it comes here, it should already be legit. We shouldn't have to be worried about how how small or lenient the wording of it is. It should be just legitimate here. That's why it's here. But I guess we have to be the mediators in this. I mean, I'm all about communities getting funding, because again, too, small two-strike only has a small portion of what we're trying to do, and we don't even have to get funding for that. We barely get $1,000, a month, and not even that right now. So again, to try to help our communities, help and support our communities to continue to thrive, even if it's leases. And I do thank TLE for giving those opportunities for those communities to do that. Because again, otherwise, where we're gonna be at, we got a lot of issues with our revenue coming in from the casino. So right now, I think with this is a starting point and also an actual, an example of what's gonna happen in the future with other communities. So I just wanna make TLE, BIA, and the rest of the communities available on that. We also have some chairmen's associations here too, so I want to see how they think about, again, I guess regulating them. I think we're trying to do because they got all this funding and stuff. But I myself thinking, hey, they need that. They need to be able to get that to help our kids and our future to come up in our communities. So again, if any of those chairmen would like to say anything, that's what I would like to have their input also on that too, because that's why they're here, to make sure we have that. Otherwise, we're gonna have another day of this thing too. So, but anyways, those are my concerns right here, Mr. Chairman, I guess. But yeah, we have to make something, get something done with this right away. So, thank you.
Taking this back, what's the recommendations? Wayne?
What are the council days next month in May?
May 8th and 9th.
The 9th? Is there?
22nd. May 8th, 9th, and 22nd.
And 22nd?
Yeah.
I feel the easiest thing to do is to resend resolution 197 and then direct the lawyers and the land offices, BIA, Solo, and TLE, to bring back a resolution by that 22nd council meeting with the proper land descriptions and pass it through.
Is that your motion?
Well, we'd have to resend the resolution first before we make a motion to do direction. But that's my opinion.
Recommendation?
Recommendation, I'd give everybody 3 weeks to get something done in time for pasture.
Okay. Bob Becker, do you want the floor? Ask for your thoughts.
Going off what Wayne was saying, it's a good idea to do all those entities, but if you're gonna be talking about Antelope's property, I think you ought to be a part of that too, in developing that resolution.
Oh yeah, I'm the land and natural chairman.
Yeah.
So I gotta pass it through.
Be sure that they're notified where, of what you're gonna write and how you're gonna write it. Because you'll be right back here again with the same issues, dealing with what they want and what the school wants, and what you guys are gonna have to make a decision on.
Yeah, we can include them.
So.
SGU and Antelope?
This, my bit of advice.
Emily?
I just have a question. So would that need to go through land and natural first before it comes back to council?
Yep.
So I guess, is it really worth making any kind of action today then if we're gonna come back?
We don't have to.
Because the only reason I'm asking is what's gonna be in place if we do this and that, and last time I asked that, I wasn't given an answer.
Meanwhile, it's kind of at a standstill until we get that to land and natural again and the entities do what they need to do to figure those land descriptions out. Correct? How long is that, will that take, do you think? Sonny, is it quite a big process to do this, or?
To do the descriptions?
Yeah.
It shouldn't take too long. Leaves old Sioux, he's a pro.
Could you do it in 3 weeks?
We get our legal descriptions from Albert. I mean, we got the map, we got the data. So they send it to Albert. As far as legal section, township, and main. That's what he has not said. They're not waiting.
Melinda, do you have a question, comment?
I got a question, if you guys are considering tabling and rescinding and ratifying that, amending that resolution, can we as a community get funding to keep us going? How do you guys make a decision?
When were your leases gonna be?
What?
When was your leases gonna be? Were you not gonna follow a normal lease policy?
We did, our lease expired with SGU March 31st, we advertised, we just opened our bids and then this came up.
No, but
So
we said within 3 weeks. When is your pasturing? Start.
Probably within a month or so, but like I said, we've been to this table already and we're back at it again, so I just want to make sure that we got money coming in if it's gonna take longer, because.
Well, were you gonna pasture from May 1 or June 1?
Huh?
Were you gonna pasture from May 1 or June 1?
Josh right here, probably May, if they're trying to get things going.
Normally, leases go like for 6 months, from May raise the police scale October, yeah. So just depends how many have you got in there. Yeah, normally it's like May 15th.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're shooting for, because these ones that bid on this lease, I was waiting to be awarded, and we put a hold on everything. They wanna start buying fertilizer and whatever they need to get going, but now we're gonna be on hold, and you guys said 3 weeks, and, you know, we've been at this last year, and it took us almost a whole year to get just that resolution approved for us to,
Well, we're looking at 3 weeks. I mean, it can be
Okay.
finalized in 3 weeks.
but if we don't, can we get some allocations from the tribe here to get us money going, because we do have a lot of people that need medical and stuff. I'm just saying. That's for putting a hold on our leases, we need money to keep us
Well, yeah.
running.
Yes, and Jordan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I guess, I think I've gotten some kind of clarification on whether it's affecting the accreditation, I think. So, it may affect accreditation, which is not till down the road there, I guess. Is that what I'm getting from, I think, from the education, or SGU anyways. So, for my theory also too is, you know, without having to rescind that motion, or rescind that resolution, you know, can we still dedicate the TLE and these guys to start making that going, and so when it comes back here, we can actually approve it? Or is there some kind of a timeline in there? So is it something that we have, yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying, is there a timeline in there that we're gonna have to, I guess, hit before this happens? So rescinding that resolution that was passed last year, is that still gonna affect anything from now? Or is it gonna, it's not gonna affect it?
You can
So-
do it in 1 day.
Yeah, so then that's what I'm thinking. So I would task the TLE and also BIA to do that in our next meeting coming in, and we can figure out then at that time. So at least they have something to go off of, I guess, as we leave from here today, because I mean, it's been on the air, we've been here for 5 years, about 3 hours now, so we gotta make sure we have some conclusion to this, I guess. So those are my concerns and my, I think, thoughts on this. We have everybody here, BIA and TLE, I think Sola was probably a part of this, but again, if we can have some, I guess, something out of this today that is being taken care of. So, you know, again, if we can task those entities to do that, and then let the community know that when it comes back on in May, then we can have a solution for them, I guess, or even that. But also, I would recommend that you talk with the animal community also to find out what, because it looks like they want something in there, and it's not the campus. So those are the only problems we have, is that, you know, everybody thinks they're after the campus, but they're not. So those are just my concerns, and I just want to make sure that it's being told, and also letting the community know about it too. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jordan?
I'm a motion to reconsider and amend 2023-197.
There's a motion on the floor to reconsider 2023-197. Second by Ray. Any more discussion? You want to read what the amendments are?
So the amendment would be, it's the Antelope Community Resolution 2023-06, but the whereas describing the land, so 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth whereas would be Antelope Community is requesting to utilize South Range Unit 55, South 1/2 tract listing, all of sections 1 through 4, minus the acreage set aside for White Horse Housing and Antelope Community Housing, and minus the acreage set aside for Sinte Glushka University, Antelope Campus, and minus 1/2 West Section 4 and 1/2 West Section 9, reflecting land owned by Jones family. All sections 9 through 12 minus the acreage set aside for Antelope Community Farmland. The sections identified contain more or less than 2,802 acres, and exclusive of hay acreage in sections 2 and 3 and 10 and 11, containing 286.63 acres. See attached BIA plat map for corresponding acreages as economic development projects, possible mini agribusiness, and that the lease be waived for Antelope Community. Antelope Community requests that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Rosebud Agency, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Sichonglu Oyate Land Office Program, and Tribal Land Enterprise provide technical assistance. Whereas Antelope Community Resolution 2023-06, I don't need to say that.
Okay.
That's still out of order. That's
For
not
discussion.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Discussion, for discussion.
You can't pass it. That's exactly what we're trying to get away from.
Well, then we have to vote it up or down then. I guess you got a second on the motions to amend it. So. Any more discussion, comments?
I have a comment.
You can fix this in 3 weeks.
I agree with Councilman Frederick, but I also think that our solo director isn't here, and neither is our lawyer. And we've had this long discussion, and we're talking about all these important things, and those two key people are on bereavement leave. So I can't support this today.
Motion by Wayne to table, discussion on table, motion by Lee second. Sheriff? Voting on it, no discussion, so we'll vote on it. All in favor? Tabling. Roll call. Request for roll call, please. No.
Jordan Ron?
No.
Christopher Eaglebear?
No.
Lisa White Pipe, absent. Cowboy Wright?
Yes.
Stanley Wooden Jr.? Michelle Holloway Bear?
Yes.
Michael Lunderman?
Yes.
Fremont Ballas is absent. Charles DeBrey Jr. is absent. Bill Marshall is absent. Wayne Frederick?
Yes.
Emily Boyd Valandra?
Can you repeat that motion?
Motion what?
Continuing amendment.
Martha Blue Thunder, absent. Sherry Wright Plank? Yes. Kathleen Woodenknife is absent. Lila Kildensight?
Yes.
Raymond Croeagle?
No.
Dara Ayat, absent. Ben Blackburn III?
Nope.
Dwight Spottinghouse?
Out. That was a yes, right?
8417.
Motion carried to table.
Motion to direct the attorneys in the land offices to work with Antelope, BIA, Solo, TLE, and SGU to bring back a resolution by May 22nd with proper land descriptions.
Need a second.
Second.
Sheriff? Question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Wayne?
I just have a question for, I don't know, Cleve or Sonny. These sections 3 and 4 and 9 and 10, which is the west half that we're talking about, are those included in range unit 55?
There is no range in 55.
Pardon?
On the north side, there's range.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now, how does 55 get down here?
Used to be pre-2002.
Because the reason I asked is that you guys have been paying for Antelope all these years, only includes 1, 2, 11, and 12.
And they haven't been paying the tribe any on 10 and 9 and kind of part of 3 and 4?
Yeah, so I mean,
Because that was given in 98 or whatever or 96 to SGU.
that's the missing document there that needs to be found.
Nicole, could you bring that forward when you bring it later on?
Okay, can we move on? We have a couple resolutions that need to be dealt with.
Thank you. We'll see you guys on May 22nd. I'll see you guys, thank you.
Get it squared away.
Sure.
I guess I want to address the bylaws being violated.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
That's like, oh, these guys.
Yep, I'll see you on 22nd.
All right, Sean.
Keep us in the loop, man. You don't know what to get us.
Move to adjourn.
Let's take 10. Let's take 10. Sit for a while. Okay.
Is this one of the